you're buying your first home, refinancing, or tapping into your home's equity, Colorado Credit Union has the mortgage and home equity options to fit your needs. Ready to make your next big move? Visit ccu.org to learn how Colorado Credit Union can help. Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. Membership eligibility required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Snow is coming, and Silterhar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Silterhar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos Sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Silterhar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
of the program, Dover and Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. That's what we do every single weekday, and we're grateful that you've made us a part of your day. However it is you do it, listening live for 4 hours every single day, well, you're our favorite if you do that. But if you can't, we get it. And if you can and can't, well, let us take care of that for you and call your boss. We always say that service is available. But you plus us equals the tribe, and we start every show the same way with a little tribe roll call. That means if you're new to the show, hey, I'm Josh, there's Cecil. Cecil, say hi to the people.
Hello, everybody.
Kevin's back there. Drew's back there as well. We're all a part of this thing. Tribe roll call. We give you guys a chance to get a shout out on the show. Tell us who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for $1 today. Send that information to 2 different locations. The YouTube stream. You can always hang out, watch the show, and participate in the chat room there. Just search Denver Sports on YouTube. Find it. Click the Dover and Cecil stream, and boom, you are in. RamosLaw.com text line. That thing's always open, too, and we'd love to hear from you over there. The number, put it in your phone. Save it as Dover and Cecil. Save it as Kevin. Save it as Drew. Whatever you want to save it as. 303-713-1043. RamosLaw.com text line, YouTube chat, tribe, roll call. Let's start this baby the right way. And we'll spend a couple minutes on the back end of our first few segments shouting y'all out.
I want to spend a couple of minutes asking you about that game yesterday.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Zach Bye with MVP of the media game.
Zach Bye was the MVP.
Okay.
He was by far, there you go, crack that for ZB.
Yes.
He was by far, like not even close, the best player on the floor. That wasn't a coach.
How many voters in the MVP voting?
I think one, Nick O'Hare.
Oh.
He's the dude that runs the PR stuff down there for the Denver Nuggets. He and Cody Wise. There are a couple other people, but they're the top dogs that do it. And I'm sure that he decided, or he and Cody decided, I'm not really sure. But to be honest, there was no controversy. We scored 16 points total.
Yes.
Zach might have had 5 or 4, maybe. I don't know. He had a couple of buckets, I believe.
Okay.
Was the only one that was playing any sort of respectable defense against the Denver Nuggets coaches.
Right.
And he literally gave us our only shot. So we got our butts kicked. They were about that life. Multiple times, several of the Denver Nuggets coaches were saying, get him out of here. Get him out of here, in regards to us in the media.
Wow.
No, I'm just talking junk.
Right. Yeah.
It was a ton of fun. I had 2 air balls. Super embarrassing. That 3-point line from the NBA range is no joke. I did get from one of the assistant coaches. This is about the only thing I can hang my hat on, and it's not really even that good.
Okay.
Hey, man, that was a really good box out. That's what I got from one of the.
Okay.
And I did grab the rebound. So I'm all right, I got a rebound. And I got that from the coach. It was a cool moment. Us in the media, outside of like Zach Bye, Victor made a bucket.
Okay.
I can't remember everybody else that did, but Zach was clearly the best player and deserved the MVP. Now, he was the best of the worst, but all of us were absolutely embarrassing.
All of you got worked by the Nuggets
100%,
coaches.
100%.
Yeah. No, that's
Dude,
fun, man.
They're throwing lobs. They're like picking off passes because we're
telegraphing everything.
where we're going to go.
Yeah.
They're picking out passes, standing at the three-point line, waiting for another Nuggets coach to get down the floor just so they could throw a lob and watch them dunk it all over a couple media folks. So
Okay.
They're strong, they're fast, they're good at shooting, all things that we are not.
You guys are slow, not strong, not good at shooting.
As I posted afterwards, I am very much so looking forward to getting back to playing other 41-year-olds that don't do this professionally.
Can you tell us who the worst media member was?
Oh, there's a list, dude.
There's a list?
I'm on it.
No, you're not on it.
I mean, I was terrible yesterday, but I would beat a bunch of those people. But I mean, there was a guy from Colorado Springs who I don't know. His energy and effort was A+.
Okay.
His output F+. He just kept shooting the basketball and was not.
Well, you only
close.
got to play for 4 minutes, right?
And
then you
get
rotate
that.
in.
So everybody's kind of like, yeah, let's get ours.
Everyone's going in AI mode where it's just like, I'm throwing it up.
There were no team play. It was you dribble, try to shoot it. If not, pass it to somebody. They dribble and try to shoot it.
Okay.
There was a lady who I can't remember, but she was like the second best player. I think she was a part of the Nuggets digital team.
Okay.
And I don't know her. She must be new from the time I was down there or doesn't work there, and I'm getting it all wrong. But she had range, and she was like so close to multiple NBA threes.
Right.
At the end, I was kind of like trying to get us not our ass beat. I'm like, hey, let's get Zach, let's get Vic, let's get that girl, let's get our best of the best to try to go in there and score some points. So
right.
She was pretty solid, but yeah, the Colorado Springs guy was terrible. Our buddy Troy Rank had a couple of big clankers. And like I said, I'm not free from blame either.
Troy was having fun, though. Like
Troy was having
spinning the basketball. But yeah,
it was
Zach
a great
By,
time.
MVP of the media game.
It was cool. It was cool that he won MVP.
I like that.
It was very cool. And that's our first, I believe our team got the first bucket. No, we got the second bucket. So we went second to last, the fan. It was me and Nilo, Jake Shapiro, Zach By, and then we picked up Brandon Cristal. And we went second to last and only got the second bucket of the entire game. So it was a ton of fun.
Okay.
It was embarrassing as hell, but I can't wait to do it again. And I got a sweet Nuggets practice jersey out of the whole
I know.
deal.
I saw that. I was like, did they give them and then take them away at the end, or did you guys get to keep them?
We got to keep them. We did get to keep them.
Okay, that's cool.
Which was very, very cool. So shout out ZB. Shout out to Nuggets PR. They did a great job with it. I would have loved to. They did play some media versus media after the coaches run. I just had to get up out of there, so I didn't get to participate in that part of it. But
okay.
It was a bunch of fun, man. A ton of fun. I had fun playing hoops. I had fun watching some hoops with the NBA season kicking off last night. Not as much fun kind of going back and forth, sharing my time. I had the Avs on the little screen and the basketball on the big screen. My home is a basketball home, and that's how it will always be. But I was watching both. The Avs still can't figure it out on the power play.
Yeah.
They have not lost in regulation, but Utah got it done quick in overtime. I know the big Gabe goal will be the controversy today.
All right.
About was or was it not.
You can make a judgment on intention now.
Sure.
That's odd.
I guess you can.
Yeah, and did
It's
it
a
throw them
slippery
off?
slope, isn't it?
Yeah, at the beginning of the third period, it seemed like they shook it off, right? But then that didn't last, so hopefully that's a one-game thing.
I don't know if it threw him off, though.
It seemed to throw off Val after that. Did you notice his forechecks after that?
No.
Like, okay, it was weird. Like, it was just weird, that whole instance, and even long-time hockey people were confused by, like, what is that?
Yeah.
Why would you call that? Why would you call it on the ice as a goal
I mean, like
and
you
then
said,
take it
intention,
away based on Val's intention and
Very
how
strange.
the Utah player reacted? Like, yeah, it was weird. So nobody can explain it. Everyone's just frustrated. So I guess in
Everyone
that
was
sort of
pissed.
instance, you just go, okay, the point streak continues, right? You lost, but the point streak continues. So
Yeah.
you can kind of take that for what it's worth.
Still no regulation losses, silver lining, right? But, yeah, they got to figure out a few things. Certainly the power play And that's where they need to go. I did see a bunch of Avs fans complaining about the call, about Mammoth owner, I forgot his name already, it doesn't matter, being on the ESPN broadcast. And
when plays were happening and replays should have been happening, and they just kept going on with the interview.
Mm-hmm. Kept going on with the interview and pumping him up a whole lot.
So why is ESPN not figuring out the broadcast, but NBC, the NBA, like that looked pretty sweet.
It did look pretty sweet, but I wasn't the only one. Dylan over at CBS, who's a buddy of mine, said that it was a national thing. I kept going in and out. I'd get 30 seconds of a black screen, then 15 seconds of the game, but with no audio, and then back to it. And that was happening every 4 minutes.
And it's a national? That doesn't make sense.
It was
I didn't have
very
any problem with that. Spivak, did you have any problem with it? No?
I did not. No, I mean, I didn't watch a ton because I was mostly watching hockey.
Right.
But what I did watch, I had zero problems
What
with.
did you compare and contrast, like the ESPN broadcast compared to NBC,
Listen,
NBA?
I am not generally a person that like complains about the broadcast, but ESPN last night was awful in every single way imaginable. If I have to see that stupid moon cam again, dude, you couldn't even follow what was going on. It was so confusing. John Buccigross, I love him how he represents hockey, but he is awful as a play-by-play guy.
And
He's so bad.
The Gabe goal. Can anyone explain this?
No, not even Dave Jackson, who was the ref on. He was like, well, Toronto said the interpretation of it was he was confused. It made no sense. It was one of the most ridiculous explanations I can ever remember.
I don't want to be a doomsayer, but is this going to set a precedent?
No, because they just make it up on the fly. They make it up as they go.
Well, that's terrible.
It is, but they do that in all the sports. They just kind of make it up as they go.
Okay. Was what was the Broncos guy that got yelled at?
Brad Allen.
Brad Allen, yeah.
Was he on the ice? Is that why?
Oh, man, I don't know.
Was he in the replay booth?
He made the final call.
Yeah, that offsides was just ridiculous. Like Val Nichushkin made a great play. Who was the last player to touch the puck? The Utah player. That's not offsides. It's just not. And to say, oh, well, the intention of Val Nichushkin was what caused it. Who cares what his intention was? It's a great stick check. What are we talking about here?
Intention is not a penalty, foul, or any situation that should be described or put forth by a referee.
They're going to start calling like, well, he intended to cross-check him, so now we're going to go ahead and start calling that.
Right.
What are we doing? It's ridiculous.
I think he intended to hold the guy and didn't.
Yeah,
We didn't see it.
In that type of night, Drew, can't you just say they got a point? Can't you just wrap it up like it wasn't their
100%.
night? Things
Listen,
were off.
Utah's not even terrible.
No, Utah's actually a good team. In fact, Utah's the only team now that has had more than 30 shots on goal against the Avalanche. They've done it twice now this year. Like, Utah is a good hockey team, plays well defensively, forced a ton of turnovers, especially in that second period. Avs played great in the first. It was the best first period they played all year. They were atrocious in the second, got it together in the third. Marty Natchez, holy cow.
He was a stud.
That goal,
he was Jekyll and Hyde
The goal,
yesterday.
he was awful. The goal was unbelievable, but he was awful most of the game. Turning the puck over, making a ton of mistakes. He was really bad. But that goal, how he scored on that, I have no idea. He had about an inch to shoot.
They said on the broadcast it had to go off the mask.
It did, yeah.
Like
I mean, it was an
off the
incredible
mask.
shot from him.
Wow.
But he's got a point in every game so far this year.
Yeah.
6 goals, 5 assists. He's been incredible.
Yeah, that goal, like I said, they kept showing the replay, and I'm like, I want to see it hit that mask because the size that it went through was literally puck size.
Yeah.
Nothing else could have fit through that hole.
Right.
Besides some frozen rubber that is a NHL puck. All right, J-Dog is checking in. He's doing electrical trim outs in Johnstown.
Nice.
Just started as an apprentice. Nice for Fisk Electric. Go Broncos. Oh, wow, Kev, plug your ears. He's got an early mile-high moment. Riley and Sertan each have a pair of INTs. Love that, J-Dog. Keep crushing it
Those
up there.
were my moments.
Both of them.
Both of them.
Love that you're starting an apprenticeship, man. You're never too old to start over and get something going. Keep that grind up, and I promise you, that electrician trade will be sitting pretty in a handful of years from now. Keep the text coming. We'll continue to react to said text messages and chats over on the YouTube channel. Tribe Roll Call. Who are you? Where are you? And what are you doing for a buck today? Sean Payton, he did it again, Cease. You mentioned it. Took another shot at Russell Wilson, and then Russ actually fired back.
Whoa!
Russ sent a little spicy tweet back to Sean Payton. You got to hear what Russ said coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Happy holidays, Colorado.
Dave, come on. Isn't that a little early?
No. Who wants to wait for savings? No one. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed, 5.81 APR.
Wait, you have a 4.75% rate fixed for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our Lowest Rate for Life program. Our trademark Lowest Rate for Life program allows you to lock in savings today, and if the market does improve after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. This is the best program in the industry. Plus, our holiday bonus, no payments until January of 26, and access up to $15,000 cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at Denver Sports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
Hey, bro, weirdest thing is happening at the game. Every time I crack a Bud Light, we score a touchdown. I think I'm some kind of football prophet.
Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NFL. Stock up today. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're off and rolling on a Wednesday edition of the program. It's a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday.
That's right.
So along with Tribe Roll Call, you can send those in. I actually have a Don't Be That Guy. Can I get it off my chest here real quick?
Don't be that guy this week or don't be that lady.
This is actually kind of a dual.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't be that couple?
Well, no, it's a Don't Be That Guy, and I'm going to put his business in the streets.
Whoa.
Dan Jaramillo is who I'm talking about here.
Whoa. Wait. You're
my
an
guy.
LSM.
Yeah, it's my guy, right?
You're light-skinned Mexican because you're a connection with the Jaramillo family.
By the way, I sent you the song today. There's the Mexican OT playlist on Spotify. You got it. Dude, everyone's a banger.
Yeah.
Everyone slaps.
Nice.
Shout out to my boy Vic, who turned me on to that.
Okay. So what did Dan do?
So we have threads, right? Like we have a show thread where we text stuff, and sometimes we text stuff that we can never say publicly. And you do that with kind of your group, right? Like our group here, the tribe. We have our tribe group. We have a text thread. I have that with the boys that I grew up with, with the Jaramillos and everybody else. I have it with like my golf crew. I have it with a skateboarding crew. You know, my groups that I'm in. But my OG group is the Jaramillos and Ben and Chris and Dave and those guys. Like that's who I grew up with. And we have a friend, Colleen, who's a great lady, and she's been in the crew for a while. And her husband was a part of the crew. He's no longer with us. God rest his soul. But you know what I mean? Like she's part of the group.
Right.
But Dan added her to a thread where we say and send very awful things. Sometimes about women.
Okay.
Right? Like guys tend to do.
So why would Dan do that?
Why would Dan do that? That's the question. I got a phone call into him to figure out why he wasn't able to answer. It turns out people have real schedules and can't pick up the phone and talk at 9:30 in the morning. But that's what I need to figure out today. If you're in a group thread, this particular one is an IG thread, like an Instagram DM thread. And I'm telling you, Joel specifically sends some stuff that like she's not gonna want to see. So it's just
keep
like
the thread group tight.
The thread group is what it is.
Yes.
And if somebody wants to be added, I think that has to be a conversation with the group.
Right.
Not just an individual decision. Right?
Very much so.
So Dan Jaramillo is a Don't Be That Guy today.
Yes, because we actually have two groups, and I do this for Drew's sake. So, Drew, don't at me, bro, because we have one with just us three.
Oh, we do.
Where I send more of the things, like say no to digital ID, say no to
you had a good one last night. Yeah.
Digital currency.
Oh, the conspiracy theory
Say no to biodivergence.
That's actually exactly what it is.
I don't add you on Latina baddies, too. I don't add you to that
I appreciate
group.
that. I can find those on my own if I need to.
Also,
He's
I
got
would
Twitter,
assume
so I keep Drew out of that one.
Drew's at home hanging out with his child and lovely wife, and then you text, and he opens it, and he has to explain.
It's Latina baddies.
My 5-year-old already knows how to open my phone.
So
please don't text me that.
Yeah. So I keep Drew out of that. So we've got two different groups.
Two different threads.
You've got to keep your groups corralled properly.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
No, Dan, this is a huge error.
It is. It's a giant error. I'll report back tomorrow when I talk to him today.
All right.
And let you know how he says. But that's my Don't Be That Guy. Hit us up with yours. Cecil will have some to share.
Is it Don't Be That Guy to be Sean Payton?
Dude, it might be. So
he just had to say that about Russ?
Well, how do we feel about it? And we'll play what Sean had to say and then get to decide, are you done with Sean taking shots, or are you still kind of in to a couple little backstabs at the former quarterback Russell Wilson? Here's what Sean said post-game Sunday that Lynn led to a response on Twitter from Russell Wilson.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the mayor, Tisch family. And, they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
So there it is.
Right.
And he's doing his best not to have a little, poop-eating grin, as my dad would call it, as he says that. And that, now a couple of days later.
Now, is that offensive? Is that offensive at all for him to just be like, I was hoping they'd make that change well after our game?
Not really. But if you're Russell Wilson, you know who he's taking a shot
Yeah, he just got rage baited by Sean Payton. So, Russ, set this one out, bro.
So, Russ responds on Twitter at Dange Russ Wilson.
Ooh, yes, he's so dangerous.
Classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 plus years later through the media. Emoji with sunglasses, laughy face, hashtag let's ride. Kind of funny that he went back to that with another laughy face emoji. So I will say this. I don't really mind that Sean Payton takes shots at Russell Wilson. I don't like some people, and guess what I do? I talk bad about them sometimes, and I'm not going to stop doing that.
Okay.
Maybe I'm classless. That's all good if you think that. I think that there's some truth to what Russell Wilson tweeted. Is Sean Payton a little classless? Yeah, 100% he is. Is he rude? Does he care about his life, his time, his schedule more than anybody else's in the world? Of course he does. I think a lot of people can be that way. Not a lot of people have the same sort of power that Sean Payton has. So I will say this. I'm not mad at Sean continuing to take shots at people. I think everybody does it. Some people are too insecure to admit it. When you don't like somebody, you talk bad about them. That's the way the world works. Maybe you're a big, mature, grown-up person, but I bet there's a lot of people that talk bad about folks that have done them wrong in their eyes. So I'm not mad at all that Sean takes the shot. I'm not even mad that Russell barked back.
Really?
I'm actually, in a weird way, proud of Russell Wilson for barking back.
Because he stood up
at
for
the
himself.
coach. He finally stood up for himself.
Okay.
And he's right. Sean Payton is classless. But that's okay because that's who Sean Payton is.
Well, why didn't you do it to his face then?
100%.
Because this makes it sound like Russell Wilson's even more of a larger baby because
Well, he's
he
got
would do
Twitter
this
thumbs.
on Twitter.
Yeah.
So you're a Twitter tough guy, Russ. But when Sean's getting in your kitchen, you just stand there with the blank face. Right? Who was it Pecco that got in his face as well? Like you had so many players. Well, Dalton Reisner's like basically getting cut from the Broncos because he yelled at you or yelled at Brett Rippon because you of like. So yeah, Russ, do this in person, and then I'd have more respect for you. Someone needs to tell Russ. Is it Sierra? Who tells him? Like, put your phone down, dude.
Yeah.
Put your phone down. It's embarrassing. Russell Wilson, you're embarrassing yourself again, and you're not even playing football.
Mm-hmm. So that's the latest. It was the big story around the NBA. We'll continue to chat.
Is somebody
going to
ask Sean about it today?
Oh, they have to. And it's going to be Chris Thomason because he's a G.
But it'll also be like 10 questions into the presser after we ask about
Yeah.
the offensive lineman and stuff like that.
Hey, you and Bo on the same page.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, Russ.
I mean, it should be the first question. It's the biggest story in the football world today.
Yeah. Sean, what have you seen from Joe Schmo that, you really like so far this year?
The question should be, Sean, we know you're on Twitter all the time. You had to have seen Russell Wilson's tweet. How do you feel about it? Do you think you're classless? That would be a great question.
Yeah.
Do you think you're classless? I'd love to see him dance his way around that thing.
And bounty hunting.
Yeah.
Okay. What is he, Boba Fett?
I mean, look, that's something that he can hit.
You got a Star Wars reference.
I did. I
Look at
like
this.
that.
Look at this.
I'm learning some things with you. All right, so yeah, that's the big story in the NFL. How do you feel? I'm not mad at Sean, and I'm actually a little proud of Russell Wilson for doing something I didn't think Captain Cornball had in him. He stood up for himself for the first time in his life. All right, we'll catch up with some of your texts. We want to continue talking Broncos, but we've wondered all week, really all season, how much of the offensive struggles were on Bo Nix versus Sean Payton. We got a little clue yesterday. James Palmer did some digging and found out how defensive coordinators around the league feel about both Bo and Sean. Wait till you hear what they said. Coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I've made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
Football is here, and Fitness Gallery's fall football sale is your playbook for a winning home gym. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit any of our 7 stores from Denver to Fort Collins and score big before the sale ends.
Are joint pain or injuries keeping you from living your best life? I'm Dr. Joel Cherdak with Denver Regenerative Medicine. We don't believe in one size fits all. Instead, we create personalized stem cell treatment plans using your own stem cells or donor cells to help regenerate joints, repair torn muscles and ligaments, and restore mobility. For a limited time, get 10% off through October. Don't wait. Book your free consultation now at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The cost of everything is still out of control, and many of us are relying on credit cards to cover essentials. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. Americans collectively owe over $1 trillion in credit card debt. You might have considered reaching out to my friends at American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. Well, there's good news. They've created a smart equity loan, a solution designed to help you take control of your finances without touching your current mortgage. Unlike a HELOC, which can have varied interest rates, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate. That means one predictable monthly payment giving you peace of mind. This loan allows you to leverage the equity in your home to pay off high interest debt, free up your cash flow, and keep your existing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes 10 minutes to get started with no upfront or hidden fees. Call American Financing today and start saving now at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we have a soundbite that we got to play. We wondered, right? Hey, how much of this is on Sean? How much of this is on Bo? What do we need to see moving forward? And James Palmer, he joins the drive. He joins the Richie. I forgot
the rundown.
The rundown. And I think he's on the morning show too. I don't know. He's on all the shows except for this one. And he was talking about how defensive coordinators see Bo Nix, how defenses plan against a guy like Sean Payton. And here's what James Palmer had to say.
And I contacted a bunch of defensive coaches that I know that have faced this Broncos offense, and multiple things can be true at the same time. Did I hear from more than one coach that Sean has been a bit predictable and these defenses have figured him out a little bit and he has been a little bit slow to adjust and change? True. They feel that way. Do these coaches also believe that Sean at the same time has been scheming guys open, and there have been guys that have been schemed open deep and Bo has missed them? Like, I had one defensive coordinator tell me, Phil, like, Bo just is not a good deep ball thrower. At least this season he's not right now. I mean, he's arguably, if you look at the statistics and the advanced metrics, he's arguably the worst deep ball thrower in football this year.
It's true.
So that falls on Bo. So what I'm saying is there's issues all around in the way that this is looked at by defensive coaches that have faced this team. Can Sean still scheme guys open? Sir. Can Sean get, a bit predictable at times? You saw that from the Giants defensive line calling out at the number of screens. They saw certain things coming, and they read it, and they knew it.
So they saw certain things coming.
The number of screens, they lead the NFL in screens.
Yeah, I got percentage numbers that at 10:45 we'll get to that.
Okay.
Not at 10:45, excuse me, at 11 o'clock that your boy Andrew Mason wrote about of Orange and Blue fame, our boy.
Right.
But let's start with Bo. I mean, the first thing, is Bo a bad deep ball thrower?
Right. No, I don't believe so. I don't believe so. When they go into hurry up mode, when they go into the fourth quarter mode, look at all of his passes downfield. Now, the one to Court that Mims ended up catching, right? But look at those passes.
By the way, I saw that from a reverse angle. Mims didn't fall down. He was stopping to catch the ball.
Yeah, he slowed down, saw it, stopped, and set down, basically. Caught the ball. So thank you, Marvin Mims. But how can we watch what he does and operate? Let's take fourth quarter Eagles, and I know, I'm taking 2 quarters of football over an entire stretch of 7 games. But when things are dialed up correctly, and I'm going to fight the urge to talk about how there's one truth. There's not 2 things can be true at the same time. That's philosophically untrue. That's impossible. I look at it and go, okay, Sean's scheming guys open. Why isn't Bo getting to them? So, and I think mechanically, is he a bad deep ball thrower? Mechanically, no, when things are set up the right way. So I think it's much more nuanced than saying, advanced data says he's terrible. Mm-hmm. He needs to be better, obviously. Sean needs to be better in terms of, why are we calling all these screens? But to just blatantly say, Bo Nix is a bad deep ball thrower because data, I'm the stat nerd, and I'm going to tell you, no, mechanically I don't see that. Mm-hmm. Now, your stats, your advanced data that you can look at makes him look like crap when it comes to deep ball throwing, but I'm not going to say he's a bad deep ball thrower. I'm saying this year the deep balls are off for whatever reason.
Yeah, I would say the same. Hey, can Bo throw the deep ball? Yes. Has he been inaccurate this year? Yes, he has. But
the overthrows. Yeah.
The mechanics that you're talking about, it all goes back to his happy feet and not getting a platform to throw off of. And I was thinking about this a lot last night when I heard this. Kevin, shout out to Kistner. He did a great job. He sent me the full, whatever the podcast is with James Palmer
89.
and Steve Smith, 89. And I listened to a good chunk of that. And they were going back and forth on this exact subject and some of the things that James has heard, which he shared with the Drive as well. To me, it's more about that lack of mechanics, lack of fundamentals that Bo's gotten away from. Dude, you don't get to the NFL. You don't go to Auburn first and then transfer to Oregon and you can't throw a deep ball. Let's be real here, guys. He's a quarterback in the NFL. They have accuracy. They can throw the deep ball. Can he be better at it? Yeah, you bet your ass he can, and he needs to be better at that. But to me, it's a couple of things. It's those happy feet. Oh, my God, he's so wide open. I got to hit him. Oh, bleep, I missed him.
Right.
Or, and I think this is a part of it, Bo trying to be this perfect Sean Payton product.
And I'm not going to throw a pick.
Dude, that's exactly where I'm going. I'm not going to make a mistake, not even a pick. I'm not going to put a ball out there to be deflected or up in the air and could be an interception or a hospital ball and send one of my guys diving across the middle to get laid out by a safety that's charging. I think Bo plays so hard to be a perfect Payton product that it's hurting more than it's helping.
So Payton is hurting more than he's helping.
Well, some of that's on Bo because Bo can tell Sean, hey, back the bleep up, man. I got to do this way. And with this pressure coming from you to not make a mistake, it's make me play boring and non-aggressive football.
Okay, I'm going to compare Sean Payton to Bob Ross, although Bob Ross is a much, much better man.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sean.
Classy fellow. That
yeah,
Bob
of
Ross.
course. And now AI has Bob Ross playing basketball and stuff. It's so awesome. Yeah, it's so awesome. So when he starts painting, right, and it's the very beginning of the show, and you're I'm just chilling out with Bob Ross, man, and the painting is incomplete. Do we judge it then? Man, Bob Ross can't paint.
No.
Look at this guy. He sucks, right?
Yeah.
Where's Mark Schlereth breaking down the film on Bob Ross? The painting is incomplete. The picture is incomplete. These two, the brushes, the colors they're using, they're off right now. They're off. So it's Bo's blame and it's Sean's blame. And that's not Mike Evans riding the fence. That's what's happening now. It's both of them working together to create this product, which is a bad product. in terms of deep ball passing. Set it up better. Bo can hit it better. Can Bo throw it across his body, 50 yards down the field, opposite play side, the way Drake May can? No, he can't do that. When Bo Nix rolls to the right, you know where he's throwing? To the right. When Drake May throws to the right, you know where he's throwing? Anywhere. I mean, anywhere. That's the difference in terms of, like, quote-unquote arm strength. But Bo has plenty of velocity. Bo, how many deep plays have we seen already in his short career that we can know, hey, that guy is a good deep ball thrower? For whatever reason, this year it's off, and I think you hit it on the head because it's Bo in his head thinking he wants to take care of the ball because Sean's in his head telling him to really take care of the ball. Yet Bo gets up at the press conference multiple times this year and says, I'm going to stay aggressive.
Yep.
Well, if that's the case, why are you being so careful at times? Is it because Sean was mad you threw some picks at the beginning of the year? Right? If you're going to do that, you're going to do that. Learn from it. Don't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah.
But it seems like the pendulum has swung the opposite way where he's being a little bit too safe. And then when he does let it rip, he makes sure that he lets it rip, but like kind of over his guy. It's weird math right now, but I think it's incorrect for anyone, Zach By, James Palmer, me, you, Drew, anybody, to say he is a bad deep ball thrower. Right now it's not connecting. That's true. But is he a bad deep ball thrower, or is something off here between Sean and Bo?
Yeah. I think that's very well said and certainly fair. Broncos country, you tell us. Is he just a bad deep ball thrower? Do you believe that? And if so, tell us why. Well, we're not going to say your opinion is wrong. I'd love to know what reason you have for that. Hit us up on the text line at 303-713-1043. That's powered by Ramos Law. Same rules over on YouTube. Search Denver Sports, clicked over in Cecil, and you are in just like that. Trucker Dave checking in for Tribe Roll Call. He says he's hauling sand for Liberty. Liberty. Don't be that guy that clean. I've never seen this, Dave.
Okay.
Dave, if you've seen this, I'd love to see a picture. Don't be that guy that cleans their whole car with the windshield wiper stuff at the gas station. You know the little...
the squeegee?
The squeegee,
You're
yeah.
cleaning the car with the squeegee? Maybe you got some bug stains or something,
like the
you know what I
bumper,
mean?
the
Yeah,
grill or
so you're
whatever?
taking that up there, whatever. I've cleaned my headlights with
Of
the
course,
squeegee,
yeah, same,
right?
yeah.
Right.
We used to steal those squeegees all the time so you could squeegee the skate park, and get it dry before.
Wow. I actually just bought a squeegee off Amazon for $5. So,
well, this was another time in my life.
Before Amazon?
Yeah. So Trucker Dave, we appreciate you. We appreciate all truckers. And another don't be that guy real quick. Don't be that guy who wears a random jersey to the game. I saw some bozo wearing a Cardinals baseball jersey to the Giants and Broncos game last week.
That's weird.
Why? Baseball too?
Yeah, different
It's
market.
sport.
Yeah, different sport, different market. Yeah, that's weird. Cop talk's weird.
That's very strange. Very, very strange. Keep the text coming. Don't be that guys. Tribe Roll Call. We appreciate it all. Hit us up on the text line and over on YouTube. We got to go inside the internet, something we do every day around 1040. We got 5 Nuggets questions to hit about the Nuggets as they get ready for their season, and I have an update on GTA 6 that I'm already stoked about the game. I'm even more excited after this news. We'll share it next.
Do the Broncos need to rip one particular play out of their playbooks?
Bubble screens, no bubble screens. If they're not working and all we're doing is throwing for 0 yards, minus yards, then stop running the darn things. And if they're not able to do it and block it up, simple stuff, then you got to stop running.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
As days get shorter and roads get busier, fall brings more accidents. If you've been injured, Postman Law is here to help. No fees unless we win. Call 844-POSTMAN. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hey, it's Stink here, and my gal Bonnie says O'Meara has 1,000 vehicles, including cars, trucks, and SUVs.
Right now, the lowest lease payments ever on trucks, like Ford Bronco, $479, or Ford F-150, $449, and 0% interest is available.
So 1,000 vehicles and 0% interest?
That's right. Lease a Ford Bronco, $479 a month, or Ford F-150, $449 a month. At O'Meara, we make it fast, fun, and easy. O'MearaFord.com.
Stock SKF 18820, SLA 87980. Excludes tax, government fees, and a $7.99 dealer handling fee.
Don't miss Colorado football's 2 remaining home games of the 2025 season. Celebrate homecoming with the Buffaloes as CU faces the Arizona Wildcats on Saturday, November 1st. Then lock in your seats for Senior Day against the reigning Big 12 champs, Arizona State, on November 22nd. Great seats are still available at beautiful Folsom Field. Visit cubus.com/tickets or call 303-492-8282 and be there as Ralphie 7 leads the charge for your Colorado Buffaloes.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX, Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Most business owners and decision makers work hard but stay frustrated because customers simply don't know they exist. Marketing isn't about being flashy. It's about making sure people understand how you solve their problem. Audio, video, and online campaigns put your message where your customers are already paying attention. And your friends at Denver Sports, they specialize in connecting customers to businesses. The moment you get clear and show up consistently, growth follows. Don't stay the best kept secret in town. Visit DenverSports.com and click on the Advertise with Us button and start growing today.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696. And manage your diabetes as easy as...
How good does it feel to let go of 82 pounds in just 16 weeks?
And I feel free.
Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
In 16 weeks, I lost 82 pounds because I had learned how to eat smarter. And that's what Soda does. They don't just help you lose weight fast, they help you keep it off.
Join Soda Weight Loss now, and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Baseball season's heating up, and so is Twin Peaks. The bases are loaded, the beverages are cold, and the views always scenic. Catch every pitch at the #1 sports bar in town. Who are you rooting for? Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
It hovers, it roars, it's landed. See the Marine Corps' AV-8B Harrier II Plus at Wings Over the Rockies Air and Space Museum. Get tickets at wingsmuseum.org.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the internet.
This, Jen, is the internet.
What is happening inside the internet that we need to talk about? Well, a couple things, but we might spend a good chunk of this talking about the first story, a story written at DenverSports.com. We encourage everybody to start their day there, get the latest on their fave team, or rewatch, re-listen to your favorite show. It's all available for you at DenverSports.com.
Nice.
Our buddy Jake Shapiro has 5 questions ahead of the Nuggets season. And he writes, Jonas Valanciunas and the 5 biggest questions of the Nuggets season. Question number 1 is about DA. Now, I was a little disappointed. David Adelman didn't play in the coaches' media game yesterday. He said that he tore was it Achilles? He had a serious injury doing one of these back in the day. So he's I'm out doing those kind of things.
Yeah. We don't need that.
So we didn't get to play against him. He definitely let us know we sucked by standing and watching, but we didn't get to play against him.
Okay.
David Adelman is the first question, according to Jake Shapiro. Who is David Adelman? And I love the questions that Jake's answering. It's a little inside basketball, but like rotations, how much is that going to change? The staggering of lineups. Does Joker stay in the entire first quarter? Does he come out in the final 2 minutes, get back a little earlier in the second quarter? Kind of the best way to describe it for a coach specifically is like the game within the game.
Right.
How different will Adelman be from what Malone was?
And I think we can trim it down so we can be less inside basketball. How's he treat Joker?
There we go.
You know what I mean? Malone's answer was just call him soft and play Joker more. I am so excited about what David Adelman can bring to the court because it won't be that. I know it won't be that because he watched it not really work to the effectiveness that obviously Michael Malone wanted it to because they got one ring. One ring. So what's that do when you just play the best player on the planet more and you wear him out? That's why his numbers are going to be down this year.
Yeah.
Because he won't be playing as much because they've got more help and he's not been coaching for a regular season game other than interim label, okay? But I say this, he could be a godsend compared to what Michael Malone was doing. It had gotten stale with Michael Malone. So I'm looking forward to the freshness with Adelman and just how he treats Joker. How does he use Joker? When does he give him rest? Like, we watch that one thing, I bet we'll see a huge difference this year.
Yep, I love that. And like I said, it is kind of the game within the game. I love it, and you simplify it by saying, hey, how do you use Joker? What's the usage rate for a guy like Nikola Jokic? That'll be a definite tell as to what the difference is.
And being able to do that in emergencies only. Imagine being in the playoffs like, hey, Joker, you got to play more. Yes. Yes,
yeah,
and he's fresh.
If we get to like post All-Star break and they're fighting for some seeding and it's a tight game and Joker can play north of 38 minutes. Goes into overtime, he might play north of 40 minutes in a couple of games, but it can't be a regular 36 to 40 like it was last year.
Yeah, it was constant. It was constant.
Yes, it was. Question number 2 by Jake Shapiro is how well will Jonas Valanciunas do as the backup center? And again, Jake starts talking a little bit about DeMarcus Cousins and this Big Val being the best backup center over Nikola's career. I would even go over Boogie Cousins. People love the Boogie Cousins thing. He was a major problem in the locker room. A major, major problem in the locker room. I don't think, check that. I know Big Val won't be that kind of problem and that kind of headache. And he's a better basketball player than Boogie was at that time. I have zero questions about Big Val. He's going to be a stud and a star and a player that fans fall in love with this year.
Well, and I love, and I got to know more behind the scenes about those locker room problems, but I love...
Dude, I'll just tell you right now, he tried to fight Will Barton 6 different times.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's kind of a problem. I love that Big Val's going to be down there to do the dirty work, right? And the dirty work is something that the Nuggets haven't really specialized in. Outside of AG would do it from time to time because he'll just do whatever, right? And he'll get down there, get those tough rebounds. He'll get down there, block some shots. Watson did it as well at times, but not that kind of authority that you're going to have out there when Big Val's on the court for the Nuggets.
Can't wait to see Big Val. Question 3 is about Cameron
It's rim
Johnson.
presence to me.
Yeah, and dude, he can finish with both hands at the rim. How many backup centers in the NBA are going to be able to check Big Val in the paint?
0?
Maybe 1, but probably 0 is probably the real question. He should be dominant I don't know how much time he will play, but I think Big Val's going to have such an impact that his name will be talked about in 6th Man of the Year. That's how much of an impact I think Big Val will be. I don't think he's going to win it, but I think he'll be, hey, you have to bring him up when you have that conversation.
Okay, I like that because people are going to be disappointed. Hey, Nikola's probably not going to get MVP this year.
No.
But if David Adelman is in the conversation of Coach of the Year, I'm not saying he'll win it. Don't at me, bro. But if he's in that conversation, which he should be, and if Big Val's in it as 6th Man of the Year, I really like that.
Yeah. Question 3 was how they integrate Cam Johnson into the Nuggets lineup. I love that Jake brought this up because we all want to go, well, plug and play. He's going to hang out in that corner, make some threes, shot fake. He can actually dribble and get to the rim and create his own shot. But I do think that's going to take some time. And I also think it's on Cam. I don't want the rest of the Nuggets team, Nikola, Joker, Christian. Oh, I said Nikola, Joker. Nikola, Jamal, Christian, AG, like, don't go out of your way to make Cam fit in.
Yeah, he's got to fit in with them.
Exactly right. I need to see Cam going out of his way to find what kind of baller he needs to be to fit in with those dudes. The best part about that is Nikola Jokic. Anybody could play basketball with Nikola Jokic, and he's going to make you look good, so he'll be integrated pretty quickly.
And don't necessarily just stare at the numbers from the arc and be like, well, he's not as good as MPJ. He can create his own distance shot. He can dribble drive to the rim regularly and be a threat. Much more than MPJ could just standing in the corner. So, yeah, we're going to pay attention to whatever that percentage is from three-point line, but I'm not going to live and die by like, well, MPJ was a point and a half better. Like, nah, this guy can do more, and he can put it on the court, put it on the hardwood, and get to the rim.
His assist numbers will be better. Like you said, he can dribble the ball. He can become a playmaker. There's so much more. It'll take some time, but there's so much more. And he
could fit in much better than a guy that just stands there.
No doubt.
They had a core four and a guy that stood there. Yeah. So I think a guy that's active and can move around, you can do much more with that.
Fourth question is, how much do the Nuggets starters actually play? We had already kind of kicked that around. That's something that we'll certainly be keeping an eye on. And then the final, fifth question from Jake at DenverSports.com was, will Peyton Watson or Julian Strawther, your guy, Cease, take the leap?
It's Strawther.
Take that big leap. Of those two names, the one that can do it is Julian Strawther, because he can make a bigger impact scoring than Peyton Watson. Not that Peyton Watson can't impact a game. I'm not the biggest Peyton Watson guy, but his defensive effort and energy, that can certainly impact a game. But I like buckets, and I like three-point shots, and I like floaters in the paint, so I pick Julian.
Yeah, Julian Strawther will be that guy.
It's like you said yesterday. Can he take the leap? Because now with less time,
he might press a little bit.
Yeah.
But a young player that calms down, that can score the way he could,
but
I think it'll be there.
The evolution of these younger guys, really just Julian at this point, is the Nuggets beat the brakes off bad teams so that the core and even the core of the backup dudes, they don't have to play in the fourth quarter. And you just say, hey, Julian, green light. Go out there and do whatever the hell you want.
Right.
That's what it should look like.
That'd be awesome.
So go check that article out. Jake does a great job breaking it all down. We're giving our opinions on his questions, but he gives you the breakdown of how he feels about all of that. Did a great job on it, Jake Shapiro, crushing it at DenverSports.com. All right, hour one done, just like that, flying by hour number one. Let's get into hour number two, and I mentioned it. We have the numbers for those screenplays that everybody is just so sick of from the Broncos and Sean Payton. How often is he really calling them? We'll tell you coming up next.
Is Sean Payton ignoring one of his best weapons on offense?
Your run game is a huge part of why you get down to the 2-yard line and you are throwing the ball in consecutive sequences. It's unhealthy. You're at the 2. Your running back is averaging 6 yards a carry.
Hey, preach.
Do not put an agenda over the team.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Announcing Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show, October 23rd through 25th.
Come shop millions in estate, antique, pre-owned jewelry, and diamond rings that are precious, rare, and truly collectible.
Art Deco and Art Nouveau pieces, including signed Cartier, Van Cleef, Tiffany, David Webb, and many, many more.
If you're a jewelry collector, you don't want to miss it.
Many of these fine crafted treasures could not be duplicated today. Most are handcrafted and one of a kind.
Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show. 3 big days only, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, October 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
You can't miss us. We're on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway in beautiful Inglewood.
Williams Jewelers Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show.
It's Denver's estate jewelry event of the year.
Don't miss it.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Some things in life should never be trial and error, like do-it-yourself dentistry.
or messing with your home's electrical wiring. That's where Piper Electric comes in. They've been powering homes with expert electrical service since 1983. From simple fixes to commercial and industrial work. Need an EV charger? They'll plug you in without the sparks. Right now, get $50 off your next service. Call 303-422-9219 before you DIY yourself back into the dark ages. Piper Electric. Leave the electricity to the experts.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Introducing your new Dell PC with the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps you handle a lot, even when your holiday to-do list gets to be a lot. Like organizing your holiday shopping and searching for great holiday deals and customer questions and customers requesting custom things, plus planning the perfect holiday dinner for vegans, vegetarians, pescatarians, and Uncle Mike's carnivore diet. Luckily, you can get a PC with all-day battery life to help you get it all done. That's the power of a Dell PC with Intel inside, backed by Dell's price match guarantee. Get yours today at Dell.com/deals. Terms and conditions apply. See Dell.com for details.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and
has a piece up at DenverSports.com talking about screen passes and lack of scoring happening in quarters number 2 and number 3. We're going to dive deep into said article after I tell you about the fan flyaway being back thanks to our buddy at 303 Law 4040. This time we're sending one lucky listener and a guest to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. You know what we're talking about. If you know or watch golf? That's a bucket list trip for you. Here's what you get if you win. 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and a little walking around money, $500 in your pocket. For more information and to register, go to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered into a previous Fan Flyaway contest, we've already got you signed up for this one. Once you sign up for a Fan Flyaway, you're entered into all future Flyaway contests. So all you have to do is start listening for names to be called, and it could be yours. So good luck. Fan Flyaway back and better than ever.
Love it.
All right, Cease, want to get into this article again. Andrew Mason wrote it, and he's talking about how bad this team is in quarters number 2 and 3 and how often they are throwing a screen pass. And I think we should start with the screen passes because that's been a big topic of conversation for Broncos fans.
Oh, yeah.
And Broncos country.
A lot of frustration there.
Ton of frustration. They are throwing screen passes on 17.58% of their plays. We could round up and call that 18% of their pass plays.
Yeah.
So 18% of their pass plays are screens. That's a tell, right? Hey,
yeah.
And you had heard and we talked about a little bit yesterday of Giants players calling that stuff out pre-snap, knowing what's coming. They were exactly right. My brain keeps seeing the Cortland Sutton one at like the 2-yard line, and he gets drilled. Everybody knew what was coming right there. So if you're calling screens on 18% of your pass plays, how's that on the quarterback?
Right. Yeah, because that's on the play caller and trying to set up something that doesn't lead to anything else. Like, that's the thing. Where's the echoes? Where's the rhyming in this offense? It's all a bunch of randomness thrown together. And it doesn't mean Sean Payton forgot how to coach. It just means, Sean, put the order differently. And if people are guessing, if chuckleheads like us can guess, here comes the screen. If everyone in the stands sees Cortland Sutton in motion and you go, oh, 4th down, here comes the screen. We've got to stop with that. And that's on Sean to correct that. That's on Sean to attack more downfield. And again, if you set it up the right way, Bo Nix will be a better downfield passer because the plays that is allowing him to be a better downfield passer. And where's the coaching points? Because everyone's like, well, guys are getting coached open, right? Wide receivers are going open. That's what James Palmer said when defensive coordinators say that to him. All right, well, where's Sean in Bo's ear being like, make sure to stay safe on this one?
Yeah.
Let him rip, man.
That's 18% of pass plays being screens.
That's terrible. That's awful. That's 20%. Just round it up, 20%.
Where's the guy that takes shots downfield? Where's the offensive genius? A screen isn't a genius play. It's what you think is an easy way out because you believe in your playmakers more than you do in your game scheming.
Right.
That's what it says to me.
Right.
Sean goes, well, yeah, I mean, here, I'm going to call the play for you guys. You're the player. Go out there and do it. But then at the podium, he wants to be big, bad, smartest guy in the room, and you're calling 18% screen plays?
Well, and I'll tell you what doesn't work. The screen with Troy Franklin doesn't really work. Stop. Take it out. Take it out. Until Troy starts doing more and stops dropping passes because he's taking a step back, you take that play out. I'll tell you another play that doesn't work. The screen to R.J. Harvey. Until R.J. Harvey starts doing something, you take that play out, and you put other things in. Even if Bo Nix, and he seems much more comfortable on the move, so here's all you do. You move the pocket, you roll them out, give him the Jake Plummer special, man. Where's the bootlegs? Where's the rollouts? Naked boots that you could run off of that. Like, there's so many things that you can do if you just work with Bo and set things up better.
Should be something that's not that tough to fix, not that tough to correct. So at an 18% clip, the other thing that Andrew wrote about was their struggles in the first, second, and third quarter. They have 13 points in 3 games in October in quarters 1, 2, and 3.
Wait. Combined?
Combined.
The month of October?
It gets worse. All 13 came in the first quarter. The Denver Broncos have scored 0 points in 3 games in quarters 2 and 3 in the month of October.
Wow.
How do you... That's more than a coincidence.
Well, and then look at the sort of weight you're putting on this Broncos defense. Hey, I know we're not going to score for half the game. Can you guys go do your thing?
Oh, by the way, think about that. Not only are they not scoring, how many of those are 3 and outs?
Right.
Or 5 and out, or
right.
6 and out, whatever it is. If you get 1 first down, and then you're getting, hey, defense, come right back out here and be all world again because our offense can't get across the 50.
I don't want the division, and yes, Wade Phillips, there was division in that locker room. I was there. So I don't want the division, but it'd sure be nice if one of those veteran defensive guys, studs, You know, hey, Nick Benito, why don't you say something to Sean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's Sean going to say?
Sean got.
You can mean mug Vance Joseph all you want, and VJ's not going to say anything. He's probably thinking something. But yeah, Nick Benito, go say something to Sean. Hey, we're doing everything. Why don't you guys do something?
Yeah.
Give him a little bit of that and spark Sean Payton to be better. He can be better, and he needs to.
This thought just popped in my head. If you're a good defensive coordinator, would we say that Vance Joseph is that?
Yeah.
And you have multiple options to get a job.
Sure.
Would you want to work for Sean? You think Vance Joseph wants to continue this relationship?
No, not at all. Why would he?
Like, I'm not even saying like he
guy's super hard on you. You never get any credit. Like, he's still talking about defensive turnovers. Sean, your offense is broken. The defense is going to be fine. Yes, they've got concerns, and yes, Dre Greenlaw's suspension upheld. But like, you still at press conferences, you'll hear him slightly bring up the defensive concerns. There are issues defensively, but there are huge alarm bells ringing for this offense. And you've got a Dallas offense that is humming and got CeeDee Lamb back last week. So, lambasted? Like, okay, yeah, something's going to happen if your offense can't put up a fight against Dallas. They'll just straight up outscore you.
Is that question proposed to Sean today? Maybe by Andrew Mason. Hey, Andrew Mason said I did a little research, Sean. You're calling screenplays on 17.7% of pass plays.
Yeah.
Do you think that number's too high?
Or does the James Palmer interview come up like, hey, James Palmer said he's talked to defensive coordinators that say they know what you're calling. Do you feel you're predictable in what you do?
There you go.
You know what I mean? And then that way it's not your opinion. Again, Sean doesn't want you to tell you how much you know about football. But you just say, hey, other defensive coordinators are saying they know what you're doing. Do you feel there's an air of predictability in what you're doing? My further question would be like, are there limitations to what this offense can do that, you know, in the interview on 89, which, well, honestly, it's a terrible name for a show.
It's the worst name ever.
Right.
Time.
We all know he's
lame.
Steve Smith, wore 89, but like come up with a better name. Anyway, so on 89, sounds stupid saying that. When you heard like the conversation about this, it was Sean Payton with this group. That's specific words from James Palmer. And I did ask Mace yesterday on OBT, are we going to parse that? Because I'm all about entomology, and I'm all about, like, why'd you say it that way? Because James Palmer said with this group of personnel. Well, what does that mean?
Right.
Does that mean because Evan Ingram's not fast anymore? Does that mean because these young receivers aren't coming through? Other than Marvin? Like, Marvin needs more work. I've got some numbers on Marvin that'll blow your mind. Kid needs more work. But this, not scoring in the second and third quarters? In the month of October?
3 straight games. And remember, this is the month where Sean's just so great in October. And his win-loss record speaks for itself.
Right.
But we've played 3 games, and you haven't scored points in the second and third quarters?
Wow.
That's crazy to me. That's 6 quarters of scoreless football by Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos.
That's, yeah, math.
How the hell do you go? How are you Sean Payton and you go 6 quarters of scoreless football? I'm not even talking about a field goal. They didn't even get in field goal range. 0 points.
Somebody's got to check him in that building and be like, Sean, what are we doing? I don't want it to be Greg, but like Joe Lombardi, do something. Pete Carmichael, you're his boy, right? You're his boy. Your boys can tell you stuff differently than other people can.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to change. It has to change, and it has to change effective immediately, or they're not in some like, oh man, the Cowboys might get them. They're in some like, the Cowboys are going to embarrass them if things don't get turned around.
Oh, it could be
Sunday.
real bad.
Yes.
As good as Vance Joseph's defense is, this Cowboys offense, again, all cylinders.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you slow down their tight end? I don't know that that's even an option for the Broncos. All right, real quick, going back to Jackson Dart. He was impressive on Sunday. He even got a little bit of credit from Nick Benito as he was hanging out with Sean's boo, Kay Adams. So we're going to hear what Nick said about Jackson, and I want to discuss this. Who has a brighter future between Bo and Jackson Dart and some of these younger quarterbacks? We'll do that next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Marketing can feel overwhelming. Where to start? What works? What doesn't? That's where your marketing experts at DenverSports come in. Audio, video, online marketing, and we know how to cut through the noise so your customers finally hear your story. You don't have to waste time guessing or spinning your wheels. We'll guide you with a proven plan that turns your marketing into growth. Let us handle the hard part. You do the easy part. Head over to DenverSports.com and click Advertise with Us and start growing your business today.
Catch Telestrator Tuesday weekly on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, where Stink or Stoke dive into the past weekend's games with a coach's eye, using insights into what went right and wrong on critical plays. Telestrator Tuesdays, powered by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank.
Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Snow is coming, and Silterhar Motors is ready, stocked up on a boatload of Broncos sports built for adventure in rain, sleet, or snow. Only at Silterhar Motors, buy a 2025 Broncos Sport for only $25,999 or lease for only $299 per month. Silterhar has the top selection with over 1,000 new and used vehicles available to choose from 5 different brands, all at one location. See their complete inventory of new and used vehicles at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
It was Nick Benito's turn to go on the Up and Adams show with Kay Adams. And he had a couple of things to say. He started by doing something I wasn't really sure a guy like Nick Benito would ever do. And that's giving credit to the New York Giants and specifically their young quarterback in Jackson Dart.
You got the Jackson Dart experience, the Cam Scatterbo experience. What do you make of Jackson Dart? Was it what you thought going into it on tape, or does he have a little extra something? What were your impressions?
Yeah, I have to give him credit. He's a lot better than, we all thought that, he was when we played against him. He was obviously a really good player coming into the game, but I feel like his feel for the game and his, ability to be able to maneuver the pocket and make plays on the run. And we even had a plan for it all week to be able to, have eyes on him and rush him the right way. And he was still able to go around and make plays. So, I was really impressed with him. And, I know, as years goes on, he's going to be a really good player, man. He's definitely going to be something, we're going to have to watch out for in the league.
All right, so that's kind of like, yeah, whatever, young guy, got the chain, dancing around, all the stuff they were saying pre. And then post, going, yeah, they were basically beating us down for the first 3 quarters until, the switch flipped. But giving some credit to Jackson Dart, which, I told you, I've been intrigued by the guy since the drafting and see what he's going to turn into. I want to know, all right, what's the ceiling for a guy like Jackson Dart? And is his ceiling higher than that of our guy in Bo Nix? I think this is a fun conversation, but it has this weird twist because we don't think that Brian Daboll and Jackson Dart are going to be the duo for the long term.
So we'll have to know what the F word is. What's the fit with the future head coach of the New York Giants? Because it's not going to be Brian Daboll.
No, it's not.
And in fact, it might be this game that kind of showed some of the flaws within that coaching staff.
The Broncos game?
They coached themselves out of the possibility of winning that game. As much as they had the lead, as much as they were in the driver's seat, and I'm not taking anything away from the Broncos, so don't at me, bro, because it's not the Giants media and even many in the national media are saying like, well, the Giants lost this game more so than the Broncos came back and won this game. So if you want to do that semantics dance, fine. But one thing I'm going to say is Brian Daboll made a ton of mistakes in that game, late in that game, and specifically in the fourth quarter. So it might be the Broncos game, not the final game for Brian Daboll, obviously, but it might be that game that just highlights the inefficiencies and ineffectiveness of his coaching and that staff. So, yeah, and by the way, Jackson Dart can be very good in this league, but I've always said he's Drew Lock with a chain. So is he better than Bo Nix? No.
And see, I don't know. I don't think Drew Lock took his profession very seriously early on. I don't know if that's changed. I don't really care about Drew Lock anymore. I wonder what the feelings are, and we'll find out as it goes.
Right.
Like maybe some of your New York friends could tell you how much is their faith that Jackson Dart's about that life. About I'm a football player 100% of the time, and I put everything on the back burner, including my real life, to become the best football player that I can. Because Andrew never did that. Drew Lock sounds weird. Call him Andrew. Drew Lock never did that.
I've never called him Andrew. I look at it and I go, well, we'll find out. We see a DirecTV Jackson Dart commercial next year. We know he's not about that life.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I'm sick of seeing Josh Allen commercials. Go win something, dude. You haven't won anything. Now, at the same time, I'm sick of seeing Pat Mahomes, Vumbaruski. Like, oh, God, get the Chiefs off my TV, please.
Please. I honestly, like, if I were to answer the question, and right now with the unknown of the future of his head coach, I kind of look at Bo Nix and Jackson Dart as they can achieve the same sort of things in this league. And that's giving a lot of praise to Jackson Dart, because I think this team with the Broncos, if Sean can figure it out and Bo can become accurate, can go a very long way. I also thought with that same sort of question in mind, all right, the rest of the schedule. How many times down the stretch here in the final, 10 games, will Bo be the best quarterback on the field? I don't think it's as many as we would like it to be.
No, and certainly not in the way that there's the disconnect with Sean and Bo right now.
Because Dallas, it's
clicking,
a no.
Yeah, that's a no. If they're clicking on all cylinders, then yeah. And C.J. Stroud having a down year. Nico Collins also banged up as number one receiver. So
I'd put that one as a question mark.
I would put that as Bo over C.J. right now in the way that C.J. is playing. Let's do that game. Raiders, of course, it's Bo. Yeah. Mahomes, no, it's not Bo. And then what do we have?
Jaden. It's Jaden.
Well, is Jaden going to play?
That is in November. So he's got about 5 weeks to get right.
Okay, he's going to miss the Monday night game against the Chiefs. That's already been announced. Marcus Mariota is starting. So let's put a pin in that.
Okay. So that's a TBD.
Of course, Kev's throwing his arms up.
Yeah, look at Kevin back there. He's got nothing to say now.
I'm being quiet. I'm not saying anything.
Yeah, well, and I told you he was going to take a step back this year, so we don't need to get in that conversation. But
then they go back to Vegas, so that's Bo.
That's Bo.
Jordan Love. That's Jordan Love.
I asked the question, and I got the ooh from Chris Thomason. So when you get the OG to go ooh, because I said, are the Denver Broncos the Green Bay Packers of the AFC? And Thomason really liked that because I was like,
nice.
is Bo Jordan Love, basically? And
it took Jordan Love a couple years to get comfortable.
And now everyone's just like, yeah, it's Jordan Love. So Jordan Love or Bo, right now it's Jordan Love.
Agreed. Jacksonville.
It's Bo.
I'm going Bo also.
Yeah, Trevor's not good.
And then it's Kansas City. We already said Mahomes.
Right.
They
and
wrap
then
up
Herbert.
with Herbert, and it's Herbert. You think there's a question
I'd say by the time that game's played, if this thing's clicking, I would pick Bo. But right now, you have to say it's Justin.
Okay.
They're off. They're off. I know Aronda Gadsden, who you could have had instead of your Caleb Lohner.
But dude, that's
what?
That's 4 games of the final 10 where we think Bo's the best quarterback on the field.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good enough.
That's not where it needs to be. And you need to see those next steps taken. So we're going to be constantly watching this. They're 5-2, and they should feel blessed that they're 5-2. That's for sure. The way this season's gone and the way that they're winning games, man, it's an ugly 5-2. I'd like it to be a little, little makeup, a little prettier, right?
Especially an ugly 5-2 is a whole lot better than a 2-5,
right,
which is what it's been in previous seasons. But you're right, it's been ugly. One more thing that Nick Benito shared. I thought of you right when I saw this yesterday on Twitter. Again, on with Kay Adams on Up and Adams. She asked him, like, hey, what are you mad that people say you still can't do?
The biggest thing is probably like, oh, he can't play the run. It's like, do y'all even watch film sometimes? And it just kind of like pisses me off. So
yeah,
that kind of stuff just like drives me and like makes you just want to keep going and, work harder in the weight room, work harder, when it comes to studying run game tape and stuff like that.
So he, it pisses him off. A quote from him.
Do you even watch film?
Do you even watch film, he said.
Right.
And look, we have given him credit at getting better at stopping the run. It's still something he can work on, and hopefully he's just banging a set right now, like, shut up, Dover. But you know what I mean? Like, he's a really good football player. If there's one area of deficiency,
sure,
it's that.
Right. And on the other side with Coop, that's not that deficiency.
No.
Now, Coop's not as dynamic as a rusher as Nick Benito is, so it's kind of a nice combination because you have power and technique in Jonathan Cooper, and you have wild athleticism and crazy skill as a rusher on Nick Benito's side. So nice set of pinchers for the Broncos. And yeah, Nick, go out there. They're not watching film, Nick. They're not watching the film.
Yeah, hopefully he's pissed off. They continue to run at him, and he makes them pay for the rest of this season. That would be a great thing for number 15, Nick Benito. All right, Cecil, last week you said there was no gap between the Broncos and these other AFC teams. Well, I disagreed. We had a healthy conversation and a debate back and forth on that. So now, with another win, where do we rank the Broncos? Is the gap gone? Is it still there? Find out coming up next.
Christian Brown is here to stay. The Nuggets lock down their rising star with a 5-year extension worth $125 million. With CB cemented into the starting lineup, is it officially championship or bust in Denver this season? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Peyton Manning here. Throughout my football career, staying healthy was a big priority, but bumps, bruises, and injuries were part of the game. And for me, it's not just the clinical excellence and expertise that sets a medical team apart. It's also the compassion, kindness, and empathy they show. At Common Spirit Health, healing is quality care and human kindness. And my friends at Common Spirit are teaming up with their partners to spread human kindness and create healthy communities. Common Spirit Health. Hello, human kindness.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity, and the other day I'm over at a friend's place. He's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find a game. He claimed to be a big fan, but I feel like I was being fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you gotta have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, well, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K, so clear it feels like
like I'm in the stadium. Sometimes I've got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications, live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every single time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Attention Denver and Colorado Springs. This is a can't-miss real estate buying opportunity Saturday, October 25th. 35, 50, and 105-acre ranches starting at just $59.9. The ranches have big mountain views and utilities like electricity, high-speed internet, and county-maintained road frontage. All just minutes from Colorado Springs. 35 acres, just $59.9. 50 acres, just $89.9. 105 acres, just $149.9. This is your chance to buy a huge piece of land in the booming Colorado Springs market. This is not an auction. The prices are set and the ranches are priced to sell in a single day, Saturday, October 25th. Call our friendly staff for more information or to book your appointment. Call 866-CO-RANCH. That's 866-CO-RANCH. 866-267-2624.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
I can't get over how weird J.J. Watt looks. I just keep seeing, I see it in your reflection, and then I just go to him. He's on the McAfee show wearing his Jeffrey Dahmer glasses.
Okay, yeah.
He looks, that's what Jeffrey Dahmer would look like if he did steroids.
I don't think that he needs those glasses, right?
No.
I mean, you look at Drew, when you see Drew's glasses, your prescription's pretty rough.
He needs glasses.
I think he's just wearing like vanity glasses.
Yeah. That wouldn't surprise me.
That checks out for J.J. Watt.
Sure does.
Are you guys talking about me?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're right. I did tweet his look if you want to see it, and I should have added him so that I could have gotten to a Twitter argument later with one J.J. Watt. But yeah, looking strange there. Cecil, I want to talk about the Broncos, and I want to talk about where they land in the AFC. Last week we got into it, and we kind of just stumbled on the conversation of whether or not there was a gap.
Yeah, you say there's a gap. I say there's no gap.
Between them and we kind of looked at it as like what the playoff teams would be.
Okay.
In the AFC, and I'm still there with it. My order has changed a little bit, and I do still believe there's a gap. I would go now with Denver in front of Los Angeles, the Chargers, and the Pittsburgh Steelers, but I would have them behind now the New England Patriots. The Patriots have now won 4 in a row, and Drake May's slinging it all over the field. I still have them behind Indy. I still have them behind KC, and I still have them behind Buffalo. So it's Indy, KC, Buffalo, New England, Denver, Los Angeles, Pittsburgh, and I do think maybe there's not a gap between Denver and New England right now, but Drake's playing better than Bo, so that's why he's in front.
Right.
And I still do believe there's a gap between Kansas City, Buffalo, and Indy, between them and the Denver
Well,
Broncos.
Kansas City gets another gift from the football gods because they're facing a backup quarterback on Monday night. Sunday's going to tell us a lot because if you go out there and get waxed by the Cowboys, which is a distinct possibility,
yeah, it is.
Make no mistake about it, and then the Chiefs face the Commanders on Monday against Marcus Mariota and they beat the hell out of him, and all of a sudden they're catching you. Because right now I don't think that Kansas City should be placed above the Denver Broncos. Not saying that you genuflect to the Chiefs, but until I see this matchup in this season, I'm not going to rely on what they've done last year and previous years. And even those are Super Bowl appearances and Super Bowl victories. Broncos can get him this year.
Andy Reid's 10 times the coach that Sean Payton is, and Patrick Mahomes right now is 10 times the quarterback that Bo Nix is.
Okay, yeah, and that makes up a lot of ground, but it is a team game.
You're right.
And I'll take the Broncos defense.
The Chiefs can't do nothing about that.
Exactly. So where's the equalizer here? And I'll take the Broncos ground game if JK gets a little bit more, Sean, over what the Chiefs are trying to put together. It was a little bit better for Pacheco last week, a little bit better. Rashard Smith actually got introduced more, but Roshe Rice is back. There's some changing things there. You could say, is 100-year-old Travis Kelce better than, I guess, now 80-year-old Evan Ingram? Evan Ingram doesn't look good. Not in the way that you were sold he would look as the Joker on this team. So, yeah, I think the Broncos can be right there, but, man, they have got to clean things up or they're going to be – remember when the Broncos were leading the AFC West? That was cute.
Yeah.
It will fall apart if they don't put it together. And I'm talking about Sean and Bo. If they don't get on the same page, all of this good feeling that we have about this team, Zach Bye just tweeted out their playoff chances are now up to 77%.
The Broncos are?
Yeah. Okay.
Solid number.
Do you want to go to the playoffs and get waxed again? Because that's what's going to happen if you guys don't fix this. And, hell, they might not even make the postseason if things fall apart based on this offense not scoring the points they need to score.
See, I might give you the gap stuff between New England and even Buffalo. I mean, Josh Allen's a better quarterback than Bo Nix right now.
And Sean McDermott's not better than Sean Payton.
Exactly right. That's that equalizer that you're talking about. So
right.
I don't think the gap is as big as it is for Kansas City and Indianapolis. And ironically enough, Indy sitting at 6-1, I think the biggest gap is still between the Broncos and the Chiefs. I don't know that the Colts are a million times better than the Broncos. They won. I tell you that all the time. They played head-to-head and they lost, so they are better than, because we saw that on the football field. If they did it again, I don't know what the result would be, and I'd like the Broncos' chances. But really, the gap that I see, it is that. It's that between what I'm watching right now in real time as the Chiefs figure stuff out, get guys back, and what the Broncos want to be.
What do they want to be?
They want to be the Chiefs.
Does Sean even know what they want to be? Based on his play calling and his structure and his formations and his personnel groupings, like, does Sean know yet? Why is it taking this long? It's damn near November. We might as well round up, right? Halloween's here. It's a problem when you're this deep into the season and in October you've scored 0 points in the second and third quarters. That's a huge problem. This isn't the first. September's always weird. I'll give you a pass.
Yeah.
It's like the preseason. You should be much sharper right now, starting in the month of October, and they're simply not.
I mean, they're about to play their 8th football game.
Yeah, blessed is the word I like, because lucky sounds bad when you say they're lucky to be 5-2. They're blessed to be 5-2, because they're not playing like a 5-2 team.
No. Do you think they're better than any of the teams that I have in front of them?
They're better than the Patriots.
They are.
And I think, and yes, I'll stick by my story, they're better than the Chiefs until I see that matchup this year. This year, based on what the Chiefs have done, and even with the struggles of the Broncos, I would still put the Broncos over the Chiefs. And I could have total egg on my face here in a couple of weeks when Kansas City comes into the Mile High City. You've got to get this thing figured out. You're not going to face the NFC East teams anymore outside of Dallas. You're not going to face the, I would say, New York teams, right? The Jets and the Giants aren't coming up.
You only have 2 more gimmies. It's both those Vegas games.
Raiders games and, well, Jacksonville probably, because it'll fall apart for Trevor Lawrence.
It tends to do that. But as of right now where we sit, the only 2 gimmies are Raiders.
Are the Raiders games. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So 7 wins
and
is
even then,
not great.
We called the Jets a gimme. How'd that work out?
Right, exactly. So, and other teams might be looking at the Sean Payton thing. We know what he's going to do. Are the Broncos actually a 5-2 gimme? Is Dallas looking at it like that? What's Javonte thinking this week? You know what I mean?
Javonte's thinking.
Oh, yeah. He's thinking, I'm going to run roughshod over everybody. And that's where I would like Sean to have this thing figured out in terms of, I'm going to give JK, every Javonte carry, I'm giving JK the same amount. They run Javonte 25 times. I'm running JK 25 times.
It's the whole anything you can do, I can do better with,
exactly.
with my new toy.
With the new guy, right? So we'll see, man. I got a bad feeling about this Cowboys game.
I'm very nervous about it. It's Jake Ferguson and it's
CeeDee Lamb and it's George Pickens.
Mm-hmm.
And it's Javonte Williams.
I can't
pretty
believe we're
tough
saying
test.
Javonte Williams.
Yeah. He's running well. He's running well.
He is. All right, so Tribe, you tell us, is there a gap? Is there no gap? Where do you see the Denver Broncos in this pecking order? And yeah, we kind of been looking at it as the 7 playoff teams, or at least the ones I think will be in that conversation. Tell us over on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043 or over on YouTube, the stream that Cecil's monitoring over there. That is Denver Sports YouTube, and then clicking the Dover and Cecil stream. I got to read it's a sad text, but we're glad that we can be here for our guy Joe Majestic, who we talk about regularly because he's got the coolest last name in the whole tribe. He says, hello, friends. Joe Majestic tuning in for the first time this week because our 16-year-old cat, who was an indoor-outdoor cat, left on Sunday night and never returned. He and his wife are assuming she found a place to pass, unable to locate her. Said our first date, wife and I's first date, was during the Tebow to DT playoff game. And now we're married, and she left us after the Broncos-Giants game. It's been a rough few days, but listening today has been helpful. Appreciate you guys. Much love. Joe, that goes right back to you, man. We all know how pets feel in your home and become a part of your family, so that totally stinks. Hopefully that's exactly what happened, and it was a peaceful passing for your cat there, and a pretty cool story about you and Mrs. Majestic.
Yeah, exactly.
She's Mrs. Majestic.
Mrs. Majestic.
How badass is that?
Oh, my God.
I kind of want to change my last name. Joe, I'll marry you, dude. I want to be Majestic.
Josh Majestic.
That sounds awesome. So great text there from our guy, Joe. Again, keep your texts coming in. Love hearing from you guys. 970 Brian says, love the Broncos. They're failing the eye test badly. He calls Payton a clown, but Bo needs to fix his mental mistakes. But that goes back to what we said. How much of that mental mistake is like, hey, don't let Sean down. Don't let Sean down. I don't want my dad to be mad at me, right? Like that kind of energy.
Right.
I think that's a lot of what Sean is doing to Bo.
They've got to fix this thing, man, because it's not on the same page, and it looks real ugly right now. Real ugly.
Yes, it does.
Dallas going to make you look ugly if you can't go toe-to-toe with that offense. As great as this Broncos defense is, the strengths they have are stronger than your weak spots. You have a weak spot at ILB. Jake Ferguson is having a historic tight end season. He's about to tear you up.
And if you don't get after Dak Prescott, he's going to pick them apart.
And it's not like you could take Surtain off their number one receiver. You know what I mean?
No.
You can't do that because it's CeeDee Lamb. So CeeDee can get you. I understand Riley Moss has the lowest completion percentage allowed this year. Okay, that's great for Riley. It's George Pickens. Probably going to be a Pickens day. Probably going to be a Lamb day. Probably going to be a Jake Ferguson day. And then who knows with Javonte? He's got revenge on his mind, man.
Well, it's not a double-edged sword. It's a four-headed sword with the 4 players that you just named. They have a true Fantastic Four going on right now in Dallas. We talked about that with the Broncos and had to eliminate a name in that group. So can't wait for it. We got some Dallas stats and some numbers to share as the week goes on. But we need to get to Twitter as we check our X at 1140 every single day. We'll continue a little bit of this Broncos conversation. They're actually having some success in explosive plays. Although it doesn't feel like it, we have some numbers to back that up. And Cease, you want to get your conspiracy hat on and give one to me? Because we got to share one when it comes to the latest thing that NBA referees will be doing.
Oh.
I don't think anybody's going to like this. We'll tell you what it is next.
Do Bo Nix and the Broncos learn something about themselves with a win over the Giants?
Bo Nix is clutch. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And this team is going to know that when they're down, they're never out. After 2 fourth-quarter, 14-plus point comebacks, this team's going to feel like we've always got a chance.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Do you want the lowest rate for life? Get our 4.75 5-year fixed. APR is 5.89.
Did you say 4.75% fixed for 5 years?
Yes.
Yeah, I want that, but what if rates fall?
Our lowest rate for life program takes over. If rates fall even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee and no limits to the number of times used. Only at U.S. Mortgages. Call 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Joel Klatt, the nation's leading voice in college football, joins Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth every Wednesday morning. Presented by Groove Toyota. Here we go. Tune in at 8:10 for exclusive insight, bold analysis, and maybe just a hint of shenanigans. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
Are you? Are you on Team Gets It? We know we are. The Tribe gets it. Tribe always gets it. That's why we love you guys so much. We go inside. Oh, no, we already did that. We check our ex at 11:45. And up first, Cease, I got a tweet from Marcus Mosier about the Broncos. And Drew sent this, and I was like, there's no way this is true. There's no way this is true. The Broncos are a top 10 team with explosive plays in the NFL. In fact, they're the 10th team, and they're tied with Tampa Bay, the Colts.
But I thought Bo was a bad downfield passer.
That's
Explosive plays now varies site to site, but they're saying what, 20 yards a pass?
on a pass and 10 plus on a run.
Okay, all
so
right.
Like I said, they're tied with the Buccaneers, the Chargers, the Commanders, all sitting there at 10th. at 6.3 big plays per game. If you go to the Denver Broncos big plays, 26 of those have been of the run. 18 have come, that's 20 or more yards, through the air for a total of 44. Like I said, matches a handful of teams, and they're only 4 behind. How about this? The Chicago Bears being at the top of this. They're the second best team. The Rams are the first with 50 explosive plays.
I like that more of them are coming from the ground game, too. You want the pass game to catch up, obviously, but 20-yard chunk through the air is a pretty big chunk.
Dude, if you're having some success with explosive plays on the ground and you're not having success with explosive plays in the air, something's completely wrong because one's going to set up the other.
Should go hand in hand, right?
But does that surprise you that they're top 10? I would have not guessed that. I would have actually, in fact, said they're bottom 10 if I had not seen this graph.
Yeah, it's interesting. The run game would have tripped me up, you know what I mean, about how explosive their ground game has been. But thank you to J.K. Dobbins. He's doing most of the work. You've got the 150-yard carry from R.J. Harvey and not much else from Harvey this year. So, I like it. And I am surprised based on the ground game numbers.
The Cowboys, who they'll play on Sunday, they only have 39 explosive plays, so 6
until Sunday
behind the Broncos.
I'm telling you, they can do whatever they want.
Well,
if Denver doesn't play really good and then support them offensively.
Their numbers are flipped. They only have 16 explosive runs versus 23 explosive pass plays, and that's been without CD for the whole season. Well,
right.
For part of the season.
For part of the season, right. So that's Jake Ferguson coming through.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's George Pickens coming through. And that's Dak Prescott just kind of throwing it up there. He's not worried about throwing interceptions, I'll tell you that.
No, he's not.
So, Denver, go get a couple from Dak this Sunday.
Would love it. So, explosive plays. The Denver Broncos, a top 10 unit in that category. I really love when Jameis says that. This one is very interesting. Mark Stein, the Stein line, had this, and he's talking about something that the NBA is going to do. He says, I'm told there has been a decision that earpieces will be worn during live play by game officials. It's going to be phased in gradually during the regular season after some preseason testing. It's not going to start with opening night, so there was nothing last night. Then he follows that up and says the NBA's current plan is for earpieces to be clipped onto referees' uniforms starting on November 1st. For in-ear usage during instant replay reviews and other stoppages. If further testing goes as planned, referees would then be equipped with earpieces during live gameplay in January.
Yeah.
So a league that has already had to suspend a referee.
Right.
A lifetime ban on a player. Multiple players talked about doing some shady things with the game itself in the betting world. Now referees will wear earpieces. I don't even know if we need your theme music or the aluminum foil hats because the world is going to go, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, well, critically think, everybody.
Thank you, Kev.
That's all it is. That's all it is. Listen, there are some conspiracy theories that are just outrageously stupid, but when you critically think about this, someone can get in an NBA ref series. We just saw a Gabe Landeskog goal get taken away based on an interpretation of what Val Nichushkin was going to do. Last night, we saw that based on an interpretation of what he might have thought about doing, not to the letter of the law of the rule of offsides, but that just happened a night ago in the NHL. How many times do we talk about the stupid refs in the NFL? They're terrible. Do I want NBA officials wearing earpieces? The answer is hell to the no.
I've never been told this by somebody that works in the NBA.
Okay.
But I've been told it by multiple players that played in the NBA and 2 that were active players when they told me this. The league will instruct referees to keep things tight if it's leaning towards a blowout in the fourth quarter. They don't want people to change the channel, right? You got to get your eyeballs on the game, and if your fourth quarter number
would make sense.
So I've been told that by 8 people in really tight in the league, not employees of the league, but have been. So now you're going to tell me there's a referee with one of these things in his ear, and the Nuggets are starting to pull away from the Lakers in the fourth quarter, and that referee goes, hey, viewers, and Jokers just start getting called for some extra fouls, Jamal getting called for some extra fouls at the top of the key.
Right.
How is that not the first thought in everybody's mind?
Oh, obviously, yes. And that's just on their TV potential revenue or viewership or whatever. I'll throw in the gambling. I think sports gambling is a huge problem for sports, and they need to be well in front of this to show everyone we're not on the take. The integrity of the game, and I say this mainly for the NFL, but for all of sports, the integrity of the game is the number one thing. And if you have any sort of thoughts that a ref is on the take, which has already happened in the NBA, if you have any sort of thoughts that a call is off because of an own run, watch Bad Beats with SVP, right?
Yeah.
I don't understand some of it sometimes. Again, I'm not a sports gambler because I'm a small business owner and I don't like losing money.
You're already gambling.
Exactly. I'm gambling on myself, though, and I'll take that chance. But on that, like, you can't have any sort of thought like that. And all this, earpieces and refs, all that does is introduce more of that to the table when there is a bad call or there is a switch. Why do they start calling things differently? Like, I don't know. It's just a bad look.
I think the league is going to try to pass this and spin this as, hey, it's a faster way. What is the NFL doing now? The reviews where it's done in the booth and it's the quick version of it. Like, I like that. That's what the NBA is going to try to spin. But the NBA has the biggest question marks ever in all of sports leagues when it comes to who their referees are and what they're doing.
Right.
Because they've had to get rid of one because he was gambling and illegally tanking games. So it's a slippery slope. We'll see how it works out for Adam Silver and the NBA. Cease, what's happening on Twitter?
Mike Tirico and Michael Jordan. We haven't talked about it yet today. No. And as someone who loves Michael Jordan, when Mike Tirico's interviewing him, I mean, it's just perfection.
Does Mike Tirico just do everything great?
Yeah. He's like
not bad
perfect at everything.
Yeah,
he's amazing. And when he asked if Michael Jordan, there's several things from that interview, and we could sprinkle in some as the show goes on. But when he asks, do you still love the game? And Mike says, quote, love it like you wouldn't believe. I wish I could take a magic pill, put on shorts, and go out and play the game of basketball today.
That's awesome.
It's what I live for, and I miss it, close quote. I always talk about the impermanence of everything in life, and it's a heavy subject. But when you think of the way that you used to be able to move, and, you know, as an old guy, I watch a lot of, just keeping your strength up and your muscles, there's no atrophy or whatever. The first thing you'll lose is that strength and, like, your vertical. So imagine MJ, who also did talk about the last time he picked up a basketball.
That's crazy.
Was taking a free throw in front of a bunch of kids.
And wasn't confident.
At an Airbnb, and he said it's been the most nervous he was in years.
He's Michael freaking Jordan.
Right. But to those
kids. You used to dunk from there, man.
If he bricks that free throw at somebody's Airbnb, he was at the Ryder Cup and he got a house, and then who's this homeowner that's like, I hope he just gave MJ the house because it's MJ, go get some stuff signed or whatever. But then the homeowner's like, I want to see you shoot a free throw. And MJ does?
Yeah.
You don't tell Michael Jordan.
Dude, back off.
You don't tell Michael Jordan a damn thing. So he had the kids, and he had to make this free throw. And he did. He swished it because Tirico's like, did you swish it? And he's like, of course I did.
Yeah.
But to have that nervousness, you're Michael Jordan. But to be at that point in your life where you can't do the same things that you used to, it happens to all of us, man. And I just want to hear him talk.
I can't even imagine being a player like Michael. Like, nobody can, right? But imagine losing that sort of skill. It's not necessarily his identity because he's done so well off the court with his shoe brand and everything, but that's still based on his basketball player identity. And then as a human, you're like, oh, that's gone. Who am I? You know what I mean?
Yeah. At some point, everyone will get a new normal. At some point, we're all reminded about our own mortality. It was just so fascinating to hear Michael Jordan talk. So NBA on NBC, John Tesh doing the song live.
The song was so good.
Oh, my God.
Cutting it out of breaks with Round Ball Rock. Dude, it was sick.
It's incredible.
It was awesome.
Absolutely amazing.
So good stuff there. Just don't black out at my house, please, because that's all I had on NBC last night. But they also said on some Twitter threads I was reading that, like, they're going to spread out. It's only a couple of Michael Jordan interviews, and they're going to share that for multiple weeks. But we said it yesterday when we told the folks that MJ'd be a part of this. Any amount of Michael Jordan is good for the game of basketball and great for us as the consumer.
Yes.
Give me Michael Jordan on my TV, please. I'll be into that.
More Mike, less LeBron.
Yeah.
And by the way, now we know, I was going to be checking my X, I'll slide it in super quick. We know that Bronny alerted the entire Lakers crew to Anthony Davis getting traded. And then LeBron went on camera and straight up lied like, I had no idea. And Bronny, in the text thread that included AD, told him, like, hey, he's getting traded, everybody.
That's how AD found out about it.
Yeah.
It was Bronny's text.
Yeah. And then LeBron goes on camera and lies about it. So more Mike, less LeBron. I think we'd all be better.
Yes. When LeBron leaves the league will be better for that. Thank you. I got the ding for that. Nice. All right, let's get back to a little conversation. I can share a couple more stories in Nuggets media game, but before that, I want to get into a beef that has resurfaced between Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. Sean popped off at the mouth, but Russell actually stood up for himself. He defended his name, maybe for the first time ever. We'll tell you what he did next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Heads up, pros. Now's your chance to unlock deeper savings. The Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred pricing can help you save thousands on the products your business uses the most. But the current benefit ends November 15th. Don't miss out. Registration for the new program is free and easy. Just bring your tax ID or business or contractor's license to the Pro Desk. Register now to lock in the best wholesale prices before it's too late.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. With just a friendly tip here, I like to remind people that they never want to be gambling that the person that hits them has good insurance. So I want you to take a look at your insurance policies. Check and make sure that you have two things. One's called MedPay coverage. You want to make sure you have that. And then also UM/UIM coverage. This will protect you in case you get into an accident and the person that hits you doesn't have good insurance. If you have any questions, just give me a call. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
It's back. Football is back, Broncos country, which means summer is almost over. And that means it's time for game days. Whether you're heading to Empower Field or traveling to Boulder to cheer on Coach Prime and the Buffs, you got to get there in style and on time. So let my friends at Hermes Worldwide handle the traffic and parking, and you handle the rest, which means have as much fun as possible and make as many memories as you can. So let Hermes Worldwide get you to and from the game safe. All you need to do is call Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride today.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Cherdak from Denver Regenerative Medicine. When it comes to healing, there's no one-size-fits-all. Every patient receives a unique treatment plan designed just for them. We use either your own stem cells or carefully selected donor cells to treat degenerative joints, torn muscles and ligaments, and even back injuries. Our goal is lasting healing without unnecessary surgery. And right now, we're offering 10% off treatments through October. Schedule your free consultation today at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Another summer is ended, and you may have noticed that your energy is lower, your workouts aren't as productive, perhaps you aren't sleeping as well and feel foggy all the time, maybe even your sex drive is off. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're experiencing some or all of these symptoms, it's likely you have low testosterone. And if that's what's going on with you, don't wait. You need to call us at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated for your low T, because living with low testosterone is no way to live. With our low T treatments, if you're like most guys, your life will change considerably. Improved sleep, better energy, greater gains in the gym, better mental clarity, and your sex drive will likely improve as well. Plus, most men see these results in just a few weeks. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Join Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and Athletic at Mile High Station on Sunday, October 26th from noon to 2:25 p.m. for the Fan Football pregame show. Get your head in the game and enjoy orange and blue face painting and ice-cold Athletic. Athletic, all in, all game.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Glad you are. Right into our lunch hour on a Wednesday edition of Dover and Cecil. We're inching closer and closer to the weekend. Week 8 in the NFL season will kick off tomorrow night. The Nuggets are on the hardwood for the first time tomorrow night. We're going to be busy talking some Nuggets tomorrow, getting you set for their season. We're going to have Jake
so
Shapiro
excited
on.
for Saturday as well.
Gonna be fired up for Saturday.
Man alive, it's back, and it's championship or bust for the Denver Nuggets. That's the greatest thing, and it's always been with Joker, right? You could always say that, but it just feels so different and so fresh. The Jake Shapiro article, the 5 questions, like, who is David Adelman? That's the biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
How does David Adelman handle Joker? How is the staggered lineup? Like, it's fun to think about. The Nuggets are no longer going to be frustrating. They're going to be more fun.
Mm-hmm. Being down there yesterday, there was a different energy in the air.
They had a different vibe.
It was and like I said, Adelman didn't play. He was around there making fun of us and stuff. And
you guys lost by 100. He could make fun of you.
Yeah, we definitely deserve to be made fun of. Christian was there. CB was there. And he said, right when he walked in, he looked at the scoreboard and said, "Oh, this is going exactly how we all thought it would go."
Whoa. Okay, CB.
Which was fun. Not fun to play basketball in front of him, but fun for him to say that for all of us.
Right.
But
how yoked is he this year?
Dude, he's a handsome devil, too. The haircut, looking good on CB. Just that energy and the atmosphere of, like, occasionally, and I'm not saying that Adelman won't get there because he's going to get pissed off at some point, but there were times where, like, sometimes Malone's a hard butt, you know what I mean? Like, he's a old school kind of guy, and you feel like you got to sort of walk on eggshells around that dude depending on what his mood is.
Okay.
I got 0.
Kind of like Sean Payton.
I got 0. Yeah, exactly. I got 0 of that impression yesterday with Adelman's staff.
Okay, well, that's a good thing then, because you want to be in the modern era. Plus Malone, I mean, the pushback any player would have for Malone is like, come up with something different, dude. All you do is play Joker more.
Yeah.
Like, seriously? That's your adjustment? Hey, I can adjust. Joker, you're playing everything. That literally happened. Like, how can that be a coaching strategy? So you can be old school. That's awesome in the 90s, right? It's a different game. It's a different player. It's a different level of athlete. These guys, the way that they're paid, I believe some people, I think I might have saw it in the YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube. When they're like, how does Christian Brown make more in this contract than Scottie Pippen did in his entire career? And I'm like,
Scottie was born in the wrong era.
Exactly. It's a different game. It's a different era. You have to approach things differently. So I'm all for old school. I like old school. I like that David Adelman's going to have some old school. But how about some of that new stuff? How about a new direction? How about a fresh start with this core 4 plus the new guy who has to fit in? Like, I like the way this is setting up for the Nuggets this year.
I can't wait for it's tomorrow. It's here. It's tomorrow night. You get the Nuggets and the Warriors.
We had basketball that meant something on last night.
You had that and the Avalanche kind of going back and forth between the two there. The Avalanche not able to get it done, but still have not lost in regulation.
They got a point. Point streak continues, right? Are you okay with that?
On the road. Yeah, like on the road, obviously everybody wants the 2 points, but if you're coming home with something on a road game, I think it's not a win, but it's a silver lining.
Right. It's a silver lining, and for the way that you played and the way that you were discombobulated, again, I think Marty Netchus was like Jekyll and Hyde last night. So,
dude, there still hasn't been a team to beat the Avalanche in 60 minutes of hockey. That's pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks into the season.
Yeah.
And they still have things they can get better at. They're still struggling scoring on the power play.
Well, our guy Kev on the way in, he was like, hey, why are they taking Wedgie out ever? You know, when Blackwood's healthy. I'm like, well, the way that he's playing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of high danger stuff in front of him last night, and he was pretty rock solid.
He's been great at everything. He's also really good at not a lot of rebound opportunities when Wedgwood's in net.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's covering up or he's kicking out or behind him to a defenseman to get it going back the other way through their neutral zone.
I want to feel as good about the Nuggets as I do about the Avs right now. Even after last night was just weird, and the whole Gabe thing. Nobody can explain it, by the way. I've asked multiple people. I watched our guy Jesse Montano and Megan. Shout out Megan and Jesse on their post-game show.
I met some really cool Blake over at Gorilla Sports.
Okay.
He's like a behind-the-scenes guy. But
nice.
He said, man, it's weird to hear your voice in person. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And he said he listens to the show. So what's up to Blake?
Nice.
And he actually gave me a really nice compliment. He said, so many people in the media say you're a nice guy. And I was like, dude, it's like the nicest thing you can say.
Nice.
Because I feel like some people think I'm a jerk for no reason.
Our YouTube's talking about a little troll right now who's not a nice guy. So that's funny.
So shout out to Blake.
And shout out to Gorilla. But even like Jesse and Megan last night, they were just like, I don't know what's going on when you can interpret something based on something that didn't happen, intention.
Doesn't the league have to talk to that referee about his wording?
You have to get this right. You don't want to set any sort of precedent of like, well, you can now judge things based off intention of a player. Yeah, it was really weird, really bizarre. But I want to feel as good about the Denver Nuggets like early on, like we feel about the Colorado Avalanche right now.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. And we'll get that opportunity coming up tomorrow. When they take on Golden State.
And it counts, man. I love it.
It counts. And by the way, I watched a little bit of Golden State last night.
What'd you think?
They're going to be good. They're going to be good. I don't know that they're like a front runner of the Western Conference, but they're still a problem, even with everybody in their mid-30s. And now Kuminga getting a chance to be a starter, they're going to be a problem.
I'm going to have a mile-high moment for the Nuggets tomorrow that even Kev's not going to think of.
So we're calling mile-high moments for Game 1, huh? I like that.
Hell yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think I have one, and I hope you're not going to steal it, Kevin.
Don't steal mine, Josh.
Okay, there we go.
All right, so we'll get back to some of that a little bit later on. But I also want to talk about something that kind of took over the NFL world yesterday. Now, it was a off day for every team, basically, but unless they're playing on Thursday night. But Sean Payton said something on Sunday that finally made its way all the way back to New York City and one Russell Wilson. Now, this is, what would be your rough estimate of how many times Sean Payton's taken a shot at Russell Wilson since Russell Wilson has left Denver?
Since Russell Wilson has left Denver, I think the proper calculation based on AI is 1,742 times.
And this 1,742nd time, he said this about Russ.
I have a ton of respect for that organization. I spent 4 of my early years there. Coordinating Super Bowl, first game in this stadium before 9/11, close with the mayor Tisch family, and they found a little spark with that quarterback. I was talking to John Mayer not too long ago, and I said we were hoping that change would have happened long after our game.
Now, how is that a slam at Russell Wilson? Before we get to Russ's response that Ciara probably wrote, but how is that a slam? We were hoping they would make that. He wanted to face his former quarterback. How is that a slam? He didn't say Jackson Dart is a million times better. Russ has got to get up out of his feelings, man. And we can talk about it, and we can talk about his response on Twitter because he's a keyboard warrior. When Sean was getting in your kitchen and you were a coward, Russell Wilson, when you were a coward, when Sean Payton was getting in your grill and he wanted you to come back at him and you wouldn't, why does it matter now what he says with his thumbs on Twitter? When in real life, I have more respect for you if you're going to say something. And you say it with your chest, especially in a work environment. Spivak and I have an interesting relationship,
you guys
right?
do, yeah.
We're very good friends. We've been friends for a long time, but we'll go after each other, okay? And you know what? I respect Drew a hell of a lot more because he's going to say it to my face. Mm-hmm. He's not going to go on Twitter and be like, this Lammy guy, all he does is watch the Broncos. He's not going to say any of that. He'll say it to my face, and I'll say something back to him, right? So in any sort of work environment, isn't it better that you have, honesty and communication that's proper instead of I'm going to go to Twitter and complain about my former boss?
Yeah.
You're a baby. Russell Wilson, you're a baby today.
Let me ask you this. If a guy, you've worked at different radio stations, I've worked at different radio stations. If the person that was in charge at that radio station went out of their way to take shots at you 1,472 times,
yeah,
would you be pissed about that? I know you, man. You'd be pissed about that.
I wouldn't let you see it, though. I'd tell you, I'd text you afterwards.
Might say it to us. It wouldn't be a public thing that you would share for sure.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have taken to Twitter the way Russ had.
Oh.
But I think you can understand, and even I can understand that Russ is sick of it. So this is kind of my response here, and I want to read you what Russ actually said.
How would you have responded?
I would have probably responded in a similar way.
Online, though, or in person? Because
I would have been on the phone with Sean Payton.
With a local media. I'll name names if you want me to. And I've gone to them in person.
Yeah.
And like, why are you saying this? Or to one specifically, I was like, why didn't you call me? Once you know me, and you're running your mouth instead of calling me. Like, why don't you be a man and call me?
Yeah.
Specific words said. So why is Russ doing this?
See, that's fair. That's a fair point on your part. And I'm with you on that. We got a problem. You got something to say to me, come say it to me. I got something to say to you, I'm going to come say it to you.
Right.
So, yeah, maybe that would have been the better approach. But I'm actually not even mad that Russell Wilson responds on Twitter with classless, but not surprised. Didn't realize you were still bounty hunting 15 years later through the media, a couple emojis, and then the hashtag, let's ride. I'm actually impressed that Russ had the fortitude, the testicular fortitude, to even thumb that out.
Sierra wrote that.
That might be. That might be. But the fact that he even said it, because you know what? That is classless that Sean Payton continues to do it. Now, I'm not saying that that's the wrong thing to do, because I'm here to tell you I'm a little classless. I'm guilty of that. When I don't like somebody, you've heard me. You know who I don't like.
Oh, yeah.
I make it very clear.
We don't like the same people.
Of the people that we don't like. And I've let those people know that I don't like them.
Right.
To their faces.
Yes.
And I think that's how it should go. But I'm not even mad. I'm Ron Burgundy. I'm actually impressed that Russell Wilson, Captain Cornball himself, had some testicular fortitude, even if it was for 14 seconds, to thumb that thing out.
Okay.
He actually defended himself. And I'm proud of people that get punked and bullied on a block and then kind of stand up for themselves.
You're proud of him being a coward and doing it online.
Well, he should have done it on a phone call or a text, but at least he did it in some fashion.
Okay.
And let me tell you this. In his mind, he's still celebrated. In his mind, he's still celebrated as an all-time great athlete on his Twitter because it's his following. We don't think that. But the people that continue to follow Russell Wilson, James Marilat, they think he's still a hero.
We're not part of the Team 3 cult.
Right.
Basically. Yeah. Two rules in life. Don't be dumb. Don't be in a cult. Don't be in the Team 3 cult.
Unless you're the leader.
You and your good acoustic guitar. I'm about to change your opinion right now.
All right, do it.
Right now. I can change your opinion in one comment. One comment. Read me what he wrote again, please.
Russell Wilson tweets, classless but not surprised. Didn't realize you're still bounty hunting 15 years later.
Right there. To have a bounty, don't you have to have something of value? Russell Wilson, you're worthless.
There's no price tag
There's
on his
no
head.
price tag on your head. Bounty? What bounty? You're not going to get anything. You know, in Red Dead Redemption, when you trade in the coyote skins, you get like some more ammo or whatever, some dollars,
One of
some
the best
ducats.
games ever.
Yeah. Okay, what do you got a bounty on Russell Wilson. What do you get? Nothing. Nothing. He doesn't even get the pleasure of saying it. He just said that he would have preferred they made the switch afterwards. And yes, it is a slam on Russell Wilson, but it's not anything that isn't true. And Russ, I know you're down there and you're shorter than me, so I can say this. The truth isn't meant to make you feel good, Russell Wilson. So this guy's being a baby. And then talking about bounty. To have a bounty, you have to have something that's worth something. I'd go into Star Wars, into Boba Fett talk about Carbonite and Han Solo, but you wouldn't know anything of what I said, so I'm going to avoid that conversation. But, like, seriously, bounty? Bounty for what? You're not worth anything, dude. You're a backup quarterback that honestly shouldn't even be on that team. Should be Jameis Winston as the backup quarterback. So why couldn't Russell have said this to his face? I would have a lot more respect. Now I sound like Stephen A. You hear Stephen A. talking about Kyrie?
I heard him talk about LeBron.
Did you hear him talk about Kyrie?
No.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Talk about sensitive. People can get real sensitive, Stephen A. talking about Kyrie.
Ooh.
But I'll say this. I would have more respect for Russell Wilson if he had said this to his face.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Taking to Twitter, that's Twitter tough guy stuff. Don't we have enough of that? Again, speaking of our local media beefs, don't we have enough Twitter tough guys?
Mm-hmm.
Say it to his face.
Yeah.
Be a man.
See, and I'm with you on that. It would have held more weight if he actually did say it to his face and wasn't just on Twitter. But he's also had that opportunity. He's had that opportunity, and he didn't do it in the moment.
Yeah, a bunch of keyboard warriors out there, and Russell Wilson he probably thinks he won, right? Oh, and then I got him with the Bounty Gate thing. Do you even know about that? And I won't get too deep into the weeds about Bounty Gate.
Sure.
But do you even know, Russ, that, I don't know, every team in the league was doing it? Everybody's doing it. Don't act like Bounty Gate was just Greg Williams, 2 Gs, and Sean Payton.
You know what I believe? I personally believe it's still going on. Maybe it's not money that's being handed over, but you don't think there's a coach out there that goes, hey, you get a big hit, you do this, you do
get
that,
the day
whatever
off.
it is.
You know what I mean?
You've earned this.
Right.
There's still incentive-based coaching happening at the NFL
Does anyone
level.
think Russell Wilson won, quote unquote, won in this? Does anyone on the internet do the clones, does the cult members, the clones of Team 3, do they think Russell Wilson won? Does Sierra, she's got to be so disappointed in her husband. Seriously, dude. You're embarrassing us. You wear shades inside an MSG during Knicks games.
How did he even get her? I still can't wrap my head around that. It's the future Russ.
It was future Russ. She went the opposite way,
She
right?
went the Broncos Kubiak Fox thing.
Right. Just drove off the road, and then she crammed the wheel the other way. Yeah. It's like you don't do that pendulum swing. So, yeah, that's how. But, come on, man. You didn't win. You're not crafty. You're not kitschy. You're not cute in this situation. You just made yourself look like a fool again. Go work on your game, Russ.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You know what I kept thinking Sunday when Jackson hurts his ankle and they flip to him and he's right away, helmet on,
ready to go.
I thought to myself, I'm like, what's going to happen at the end of this year? He's going to think there's another team out there. So he's not going to officially retire. He's going to try to hang on and find another team to either be a backup or go contend to be a starting quarterback for.
Ooh, and I love this conspiracy from Wes in the chat room. Kev, where's my theme music?
Oh, okay.
Because he says, Russ's Team 3 team probably wrote that tweet. Did Russell Wilson even write that tweet? You know what I mean? Because there's several large-name players and celebrities that don't actually run their Twitter. Someone else does, and they, give the okay or something. So do we think Russ wrote that tweet? Did Sierra write that tweet? Who was his, why am I forgetting his name? Kev, who was his quarterback coach that was the Seattle radio guy? And
he's a high school coach here now.
Yeah. So, if you mention anything about him, and Jake something.
Jake Heaps.
Jake Heaps, yeah. So, was it Jake Heaps that wrote that? And my God, listen, we defend our friends. Seattle, you mentioned anything about Jake Heaps, Seattle people would be like, he was the greatest ever.
That's their guy?
Yeah, because he was a radio guy, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's fine. But, do we really think Russ wrote that? Why is Russ writing that on Twitter? It's embarrassing.
Let me ask you this, and I'm seeing it a few different folks on the RamosLaw.com text line. Should Sean just stop saying it publicly? Should the shots that Sean takes at Russell Wilson be...
Did he really take a shot?
I mean, yeah.
He just said they would have preferred that they did the switch afterwards.
But there's intent behind that.
Shouldn't there be intent behind everything that you say? Sean Payton just can't not talk.
No.
He can't tell you the truth. He wished they would have done the switch afterwards.
But he could have.
That's a mere statement of fact.
He could have propped up Jackson Dart without taking down Russell Wilson.
He didn't take him down. He just said he would have preferred the switch happened afterwards.
No, but that's a shot.
You do the math yourself.
That's a shot, though.
Yeah, a little one. Russ made this much larger than it is. It's Sean just talking. You know when Sean goes in stream of consciousness mode? I totally hope he does that. Would it be offensive? I'll text Patrick Smythe.
Oh,
Patrick, you need to tell me, can I bring a bucket of popcorn to this press conference? Because I'll sit there with the bucket, right?
Yeah.
Some people won't get to eat my popcorn because we're very territorial, but I just want to eat my popcorn, and I want to watch Chris Thomason ask Sean Payton about this. And Patrick, buddy, that's coming.
Yeah, but Sean can't be mad about it. Because, like I said, Sean set himself up for these kind of questions by even mentioning his former quarterback. This is what I was going to say.
So just can't talk about Russ at all?
Well,
Can't talk about Russ.
If you want to take shots at Russ, do it with your little crew that's there. I'm sure Pete Carmichael has some fun stuff to share. I'm sure Lombardi can laugh at your jokes about knocking on Russell Wilson.
He probably has to. It's in his contract.
Yeah, it's a requirement. Everyone laugh at Sean's jokes. But you know what I mean? It's hey, man, like, it's over. At what point do we look at it with, like, the Russell Wilson stuff? It was a terrible tenure. It was awful. He robbed the Denver Broncos. But at what point do we look at Russell Wilson the same way we look at the New Orleans Saints? Sean, that's done. Let's talk about Bo.
Okay.
Let's talk about JK.
Right.
Let's talk about RJ.
Yes.
Stop talking about New Orleans and stop talking about Russell Wilson and put a good offense out on the field.
Why is the mere suggestion of a switch being made later so offensive to Russell Wilson? It was a shot, but Russ, I know you're a little guy. What is it with little guys?
Oh, they're all sensitive.
Yeah. Josh McDaniels. It was more than Peyton Hillis getting with his wife, allegedly, or whatever I have to say. Like,
that probably had a big part to do with it.
When one of your players soils the sanctity of your home, I think that's, you probably have an issue. You never have an issue, but what is it with little guys? Little guys, so sensitive. Russ, you could have just ignored this entire thing. And then people would say, oh, there's Sean. Yeah, it's Sean. That's old stuff. Why is Sean talking about old stuff? Russ is the one that amplified this.
See, but I don't think you can say something about a person only a certain amount of times before that person says something back. Even Russell Wilson, the calmest guy in the room, had to eventually
that's
say
fake,
something.
though. That's fake.
I get it. I agree.
That's fake. Russell Wilson is fake.
But
Everyone.
Cecil, if someone's saying something about you over and over and over, it is, you're going to say it to me. You and I are going to be upset about it. I know you, man, and I know me. I do the same thing. It's only a matter of time before I go, hey, I'm putting my foot down. Now, I would do it in a different way. I'm going, hey, I got the day off. I got money. Should I catch a flight? You got something to say? Let's talk, man to man, face to face. But it's to me, it's like, hey, let's stop worrying about the Saints. This isn't the Denver Broncos, New Orleans Saints dynamic duo. I actually don't give a damn about the Saints, Sean. I don't care what you accomplished down there in New Orleans. In fact, you beat the Colts. It pissed me off. I don't care at all about what you did with the New Orleans Saints. And now I'm at the point where I used to be that way too. Dude, it's fun making fun of Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Cool. Captain Cornball, the stuff that I've said about him.
Right on.
But move on from that. He's not in our lives. Like I say with New Orleans, I don't want to hear you talk about New Orleans anymore. I don't want to hear you talk about Russell Wilson anymore. I want to hear you talk about how the Broncos just scored 34 points on Sunday. That's what I need Sean Payton to do.
I would like Sean Payton's offense to look better, right? And I think we'd have a different conversation, and you might have a different opinion if the offense was clicking. And they'd be like, man, Sean's rolling. They're 5-2, and he's taking shots at Russ?
Yeah.
That wasn't really a shot. It's a statement of fact. They wish the switch would have happened. Russ, you're not good. Can someone tell him that?
Right about that.
Can someone just go to him with a damn wake-up call? Can someone just call Russell Wilson and be like, dude, you're not good anymore? That's why they wanted the switch to be done. It's not that Sean hates you. He totally hates you. We know that, okay?
Yeah.
But it's about you not being as good as Jackson Dart, simply put.
Yeah.
And that's never going to change. He's never going to automatically one day become better than Jackson Dart. Again, I stick by my guy. Sean Payton said, we wish the switch would have happened. He didn't say his name. He didn't say Jackson Dart's a million times better than the other options they had. He just said they wish they would have made the switch later. Is Jameis mad? He might have been suggesting that maybe Jameis, where's Jameis?
Yeah.
Jameis probably having so much fun.
Yeah, he doesn't
right
get it.
now.
He lives in New York. He just has the best life ever.
He's just running around doing waka 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 stuff.
Someone asked us earlier what the waka waka is. It's Jameis
Really?
Winston doing
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah. Yeah. With Kay Adams, right? Isn't that what it was?
Yeah.
It's with Kay Adams.
Yeah.
It's a great clip. And that's our next tweet in our Check Your X segment. So if you're new to the program.
That's, I think he's doing like Welcome to the Jungle,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
He's like,
yeah.
waka waka waka, yeah.
I would get, if you're hearing that for the first time, you're like, what the hell are these guys doing?
Yeah, and that's why I say, if you just pick up on Dover and Cecil, first off, thank you. Tribe
Thank
is
you.
strong.
Yes, it is.
Tribe is very strong. And, the support that we've gotten from y'all, the numbers that we're getting from y'all, we appreciate y'all out there. Tell a friend. And if you're new to the tribe and you're hearing Jameis and you're like, what is this? Check Your X. What's this? And just stick with us for a couple of weeks. I promise not to be too grating. And, we're going to have some fun, man. Sports are supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun talking Avs, talking Nuggets, talking Broncos. And
What do you say? You always say we're in the sandbox of life?
We're definitely in the sandbox of life, dude. I don't know how much you pay attention to outside of this soundbox, but I
try not to pay attention to anything.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out there. Yeah. So let's spread the smiles. Let's spread the joy. Let's talk some shop, man. Let's talk some football. It's awesome.
Yep, that's 100% our goal every day, and we're grateful you guys are with us. We also want to give you a chance to win the Fan Flyaway. It's back thanks to 303 Law 4040. This time, a lucky listener and a guest is on their way to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. If you win, you get 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Scottsdale, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 to blow while you're out there for a couple of days. For more information and to get registered, you need to go to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered into a previous Fan Flyaway contest, you don't have to re-register. You're already signed up, because once you sign up for one Fan Flyaway, you're entered into all future Fan Flyaways. So get there. Good luck. Once we start calling names, we hope it's someone from the tribe that brings that prize home. All right, let's continue talking about these Broncos. Is Sean too predictable? Is Bo a bad deep ball thrower? You have to hear what defensive coordinators around the league are saying about the Broncos duo, and you will, coming up next.
Do the Broncos need to rip one particular play out of their playbooks?
Bubble screens, no bubble screens. If they're not working and all we're doing is throwing for 0 yards, minus yards, then stop running the darn things. And if they're not able to do it and block it up, simple stuff, then you got to stop running.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Okay, Michael. Any other questions about your Select Health insurance?
How much time do you have?
I have exactly as much time as you need.
Wonderful, because I have exactly 112 more questions.
112.
112.
112 it is. Let's do this.
Real people, real answers in real time. Select Health, insurance made simple. Learn more at selecthealth.org.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang, that one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay, where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here for 5280 Exteriors. Right now, they've got a great deal on windows, so take advantage before the snow starts falling. Order your windows in October, finance your project with them, and you won't pay anything until November of 2027. Be warm during the holidays. Don't wait to upgrade your home. Order windows or siding from 5280 Exteriors before the cold weather arrives. Call 5280 Exteriors now and see how low your monthly payment can go. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Halloween's here. Costumes, candy, and maybe a few scares. But nothing scarier than being ghosted by your insurance company after an accident. At Postman Law, we've delivered over $3 billion to our clients, and we make it simple. Speed, ease, results. With free case evaluations and no fee unless we win, you're never left in the dark. Call 844-POSTMAN or visit postmanlaw.com. Others promise. Postman delivers. This is attorney advertising.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
How good does it feel to let go of 82 pounds in just 16 weeks? And I feel free. Soda Weight Loss is the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results.
In 16 weeks, I lost 82 pounds because I had learned how to eat smarter. And that's what soda does. They don't just help you lose weight fast, they help you keep it off with habits that last a lifetime.
No hunger, no shots, no guesswork.
You probably saved my life. I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight. I went on soda, and now I'm healthy, and I just got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
With Soda Weight Loss, you get real support to help you let go of the weight for good. And now it's easier than ever. Join Soda Weight Loss now, and your partner joins for free. Visit sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
At Ameristar, the best memories don't trend, they last. Their stories we're still telling 20 years later, like winning big at a table with your closest friends, or going all out on a night you hope lasts forever. Like watching your team clinch the playoffs on a giant screen, or stepping away for a weekend you'll never forget. Whatever you do it for the memories, and we'll do everything we can to make them last. Ameristar Blackhawk. Come visit or book your next memories at AmeristarBlackhawk.com. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Thousands of kids in poverty have waited over a year for a sponsor. End their wait today. Sponsor a child with compassion. Just text radio to 83393.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We got Speedback to rescue us, man.
That was the coolest moment of Pictionary we've ever had, Drew.
Yes, yes. It's like we're playing charades.
Or charades.
Yes, yes. Did you say Pictionary?
I did, yeah.
He did not draw us a picture of what may or may not have been happening. He did a charade.
Charades, yes.
Charades.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Drew's very good at charades.
That was good. Yeah, he nailed it.
He showed him again.
Kevin.
It's true, right?
Kevin, was he accurate?
No comment.
That means yes.
Which is a yes.
That means yes.
Nice work from Drew Spivak. All right, we're going to continue our Broncos conversation. We'll look around the league a little bit at 12:45 and talk about fantasy options or situations you may have found yourself in, and hopefully Cecil can save you from at 12:45. But the conversation basically through 7 weeks with the Denver Broncos has been, hey, who's to blame for the bad? The coach or the quarterback? Probably a fair conversation to put some blame on both of those individuals, but it's something that James Palmer talked to The Drive about. And James is a NFL reporter, and he's plugged in basically every NFL market there is, and he's a huge asset to the station. But what you're going to hear him say is how the rest of the league is now looking at not just Bo Nix, but also head coach Sean Payton.
And I contacted a bunch of defensive coaches that I know that have faced this Broncos offense. And multiple things can be true at the same time. Did I hear from more than one coach that Sean has been a bit predictable and these defenses have figured him out a little bit and he has been a little bit slow to adjust and change? True. They feel that way. Do these coaches also believe that Sean at the same time has been scheming guys open? And there have been guys that have been schemed open deep and Bo has missed them. Like, I had one defensive coordinator tell me, Phil, like, Bo just is not a good deep ball thrower. At least this season he's not right now. I mean, he's arguably, if you look at the statistics and the advanced metrics, he's arguably the worst deep ball thrower in football this year.
It's true.
So that falls on Bo. So what I'm saying is there's issues all around in the way that this is looked at by defensive coaches that have faced this team. Can Sean still scheme guys open? Sir. Can Sean get, a bit predictable at times? You saw that from the Giants defensive line calling out at the number of screens. They saw certain things coming and they read it and they knew it.
All right, so there's kind of the insight from James Palmer about what he's hearing around the league. Yes, some predictability, but Bo missing on some of the throws he needs to hit. I will also say, I'm looking at a tweet here from Dan Orlovsky, and we'll hear from Dan a little later what he said to the morning show. Dan tweets, Denver has to take the handcuffs off Bo Nix early in games. He needs to pay it off if they do by making the throws downfield when they're there. So isn't that the exact thing that we're talking about? Both getting the blame for the struggles that we've seen. Now, has Sean become predictable? That's a big problem. We're going to talk about screen rates and usage, all that stuff coming up at 1 o'clock.
Right.
Has his playbook become predictable? If you ask the New York Giants, they would tell you no. But at the same time, I really like Dan's answer, although he's fence writing. That's exactly what it is. Bo has to be given more opportunity to throw the ball that's not just a screen pass or a check down. When Bo gets that opportunity, he has to capitalize on that, and he can't have 3 overthrows in one game, or else we go, there's the problem. You can't hit the deep ball. So I think what Dan's saying is 100% spot on.
Right.
Take the handcuffs on,
yeah.
But Bo, make your coach look good when he gives you the opportunities that he's given you.
I would say training wheels, because I know it's not Sir Smoke-A-Lot Monday, but, why? The why is more intriguing to me than anything in this conversation. Why doesn't Sean trust Bo? If there are handcuffs or training wheels, why? I mean, it's his second year. Thank you. It's his second year. And last year he was rolling. Now you just can't just, do everything you did last year. Things are going to change. Defenses are going to adjust. I get that. But why now, after such beautiful music was made last year during Bo Nix's rookie season post Week 7? And from Week 7 on, you're just roll into the playoffs. Those 10 wins, they tasted great.
Yeah.
And then now we have this bitter taste, and we have this disconnect, and we see Bo Nix flash. We see Bo Nix go downfield. We see Bo Nix use his legs. By the way, there's only been 2 carries of 20 miles an hour or more by the Denver Broncos. One was R.J. Harvey. One was Bo Nix.
Wow.
20 miles an hour is pretty fast.
That, yeah.
20, because I believe Tyreek, the fastest he runs is 20, almost 23 miles an hour. So if you're at 20 miles an hour as Bo Nix, you're running really fast. So you could introduce his legs more. You could do bootlegs, rollouts, naked boots. Jake Plummer this thing up, man. Jake Plummer was awesome for this Broncos team. And I think Bo Nix could run a similarly structured offense if only Sean Payton would give him the chance. But why? If there are handcuffs, and maybe that's another non-Russell Wilson question for Sean Payton today. Are you handcuffing Bo Nix early in games? Why is there a disconnect? Why haven't you scored in the second and third quarters in all of October? And if there are handcuffs, why? I'd really love to know that answer. Probably not going to get a great answer if that question is asked. Chris Thomason, please. But
we should buy Chris Thomason a chain. We should get him in the game.
For sure. Yeah. Because then with the chain comes expectations.
That's right. That's right.
You're going to get that dig in on Sean. So, why? Why are there handcuffs? You don't even need handcuffs.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there's a couple of things that go into that. Like we said, can Bo be better and more accurate throwing the ball downfield? Yes, he can. Does he deserve a couple more opportunities early in games to do that? Yes, I believe that to be the case as well. And then the rhythm stuff. James went on to tell the drive some of that, about the player personnel stuff and the substitution packages and all the different players and the ins and outs that Sean has. James sort of talked about, hey, let Bo have some more rhythm with the same group of guys. And you and I have talked about that. All right, Sean, you want to get creative and you want to throw different looks at it? Cool. Do it with the core that we've established. And you told me yesterday that might have to include Adam Troutman if I want Marvin Mims to be a part of that. And I said, okay, so be it. I'll accept that.
You said uncle.
I did. Give Bo a chance to find rhythm with the same group of guys for multiple drives, or at least multiple, series inside of the drives that they have going on. I think that would be easier for Bo. That timing, that rhythm of, hey, this guy runs a route this way. He breaks open, on my second progression better than the third progression, whatever the case may be. A little bit more rhythm with the players on the field, I think, would help Bo as well.
Yeah, anything to help Bo at this point, because Bo's the one out there slinging it, and Bo's the one that's going to be responsible for it. So, Sean, you love your Q. Why doesn't it seem like it?
Fair question. Very fair question. All right, you got questions about your fantasy football roster or players that you should go claim. Hit us up right now on the RamosLaw.com text line or the YouTube stream. Number on the text line is 303-713-1043. Stream is on the Denver Sports YouTube. Send them now. We'll answer them. We got to check in on a couple of quarterbacks. What's the latest on Jaden? What's the latest with Lamar? We'll tell you coming up next.
Is Sean Payton ignoring one of his best weapons on offense?
Your run game is a huge part of why you get down to the 2-yard line and you are throwing the ball in consecutive sequences. It's unhealthy. You're at the 2. Your running back is averaging 6 yards a carry.
Hey, preach.
Do not put an agenda over the team.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Announcing Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show, October 23rd through 25th.
Come shop millions in estate, antique, pre-owned jewelry, and engagement rings that are precious, rare, and truly collectible.
Art Deco and Art Nouveau pieces, including signed Cartier, Van Cleef, Tiffany, David Webb, and many more.
If you're a jewelry collector, you just don't want to miss it.
Many of these finely crafted treasures could not be duplicated today. Most are handcrafted and one of a kind.
Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show. 3 big days only, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, October 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
We're in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit.
Williams Jewelers Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show.
It's Denver's estate jewelry event of the year.
Don't miss it.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue between Fillmore and Detroit, where Colorado shines.
Colorado, it's game time at Groove Toyota. Right now, drive the 2025 Toyota Tacoma with 1.75 APR financing for up to 48 months. Tacoma is built for every play this season. Groove Toyota is all in on Colorado, all in on game day, and all in on getting you behind the wheel. Don't wait. Find your Tacoma today at Groove Toyota on Broadway in Inglewood or shop GrooveToyota.com. Groove Toyota, all in on Colorado all season long. Offer expires 11/03. Not all will qualify. Restrictions apply. With approved credit, call 720-961-4465 for complete details.
It's holiday season again, which is great, but also a time of great stress. Planning and paying for friends, family, bills, gifts, etc. can make what should be the best time of the year into the most stressful. At U.S. Mortgages, we want to help reduce stress and debts. Lock in our below-market 4.75 5-year fixed, 5.81 APO.
Wait, you have a 4.75% fixed rate for 5 years?
Yes, and it comes with our lowest rate for life program. If the market improves after you close, even as little as 0.5%, we can redo your loan with no lender fees and no appraisal fee. And there's no limit to the number of times you can use this. Lower your bills and stress, save money, and no payments until January of 26. Plus, access up to $15,000 in cash benefits just in time for the holidays. Call us now at 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. See website for complete details. License number 392126.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Oh, I hate to interrupt Newfound Glory.
I just want to be the guitarist, all fat, slobby.
Yeah, just playing the
shirt
bass.
off, playing guitar, pizza in hand on stage.
That particular, I don't know if he still does it, but that particular bassist, fat guy, no shirt, cigarette after cigarette after cigarette.
Yeah.
The whole time. Shredding, smoking, shredding, smoking.
Shredding, heaters, pizza.
Yeah.
Ladies. You're in Newfound Glory. You probably got the ladies.
Oh,
Am I right?
Yeah.
Oh,
The guys in the band.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
yeah,
crushing.
for sure.
We should go see Newfound Glory as a group.
We should.
They still crush. I would love to see it.
I would do
I've
it.
seen them.
Yep.
I bet I've seen Newfound Glory 13 times in my life.
Okay.
All at the Fillmore.
Yeah. Newfound Glory, Tech 9.
Yeah.
We got to get out there.
We'll be out there. We'll be out and about. All right. Again, keep your fantasy questions coming. I've already seen a few of them, marking them to Ask Cecil.
It is a Don't Be That Guy Wednesday.
It is.
Don't be that guy.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to get specific.
Whenever you go, I'm like, is he going to talk about me?
Don't be that guy, Blake. Who, when I tell you, like, if you have my phone number, you're not asking me fantasy questions. And then keeps asking fantasy questions. Like I've already said, my phone is sacred. I don't like my phone. It's for my kids to reach out if they would need something. It's like it's very sacred.
Yeah.
Don't bump my screen. Don't give me that notification with like, should I start? No. You will be blocked.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I hate
Don't
to
do
be
it.
that way, but like for me and my like mental space, stay out of my phone. I don't.
That's a fair request.
Yeah, you got my phone number. It's like in my Xbox handle, Grimjack1977.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play some PUBG with you. Maybe some Battlefield 6 if I ever get the thing downloaded. Yeah, I don't ask fantasy questions then. Ask fantasy questions now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's my Don't Be That Guy.
12:45 every day. That's when you can ask.
I also have a
Cecil
couples Don't Be That Guy for later.
Really?
Don't be that couple.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that one. If you
Mhm.
got any, share them with us. We love a little Don't Be That Guy Wednesday. I called out like one of my best friends ever for adding a lady to the group chat. Not cool, man. Not cool at all. All right, couple quarterback updates before we start to answer some fantasy questions. Cecil, we just found out that Lamar Jackson is at practice today. How much is he doing? That'll be found out later on. But he's back there at practice after a hamstring injury has been keeping him out for a couple of weeks. Actually, a couple of weeks and then the bye for the Baltimore Ravens. So Lamar back at practice. I don't know. I mean, if you're the Baltimore Ravens, do you prioritize health in hopes that you're still a player in the latter part of the season? Or do you go, hey, we have to take a risk because if he's not back, we have zero chances of being a player in the latter part of the season?
Well, and the thing about
They're
the
1-5,
Ravens,
man.
the people that I talk to around that team, they think they can still make a run.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay, the Bengals are dropping the ball. The Browns stink. The Steelers are commanding that division, although last week in the Unk Bowl against the Bengals, they dropped that one. I mean, you're 1-5. I don't think you should risk the long-term health of your franchise by trying to force something this year. Okay, so you do make that run. You're 1-5. What an amazing run. They go to the wild card and they get waxed? And then Lamar gets hurt again? What if there's some sort of, compensatory injury, right, for Lamar Jackson? I play this thing completely safe if I'm the Baltimore Ravens and go, you know what? It's just not our year. Now, is it a move of desperation? Would they actually move on from John Harbaugh?
I don't think so.
Again, there's an impermanence to everything.
He's gone. It's his 18th season now.
I always talk about Mike Tomlin. Like, they're okay with being, like, okay. But the Steelers football of, like, they're competing for Super Bowls, that doesn't exist with Mike Tomlin. With John Harbaugh, we can kind of say the same thing. They're just kind of around.
Mm-hmm. They won one Super Bowl, right?
Right. And it's a disappointment because I like John Harbaugh a lot, but it's just like how Buffalo's disappointing. You talk all that noise, you got Josh Allen You don't win anything?
I mean, dude, your people in Baltimore that think they can come back, I know why they think that. Because they're going to play the Bears this weekend at home.
Okay.
They're going to go to Miami and play the Dolphins.
Okay, that's a win.
Then they're going to go to Minnesota to play the Vikings.
That's a win.
Then they go to Cleveland to play the Browns.
That's a win.
Then they host the Jets.
That's a win.
Then they host the Bengals.
That's a win.
Then they host the Steelers.
Whoa.
And then they go to the Bengals again and host the Patriots. Like, they can still be players. Their schedule is so favorable for who they're supposed to be.
Okay.
I'll just finish it up. Host the Patriots, go to Green Bay, wrap up the year in Pittsburgh playing against the Steelers. It's a very favorable schedule if Lamar is back and Lamar is right.
Look at how close we are to the end of the year.
I know.
You didn't rattle off that many games. There's actually not that many more Broncos
10
games.
10 games left.
10 games.
Because the Broncos still have their bye.
Okay, so in 10 games, what does the Broncos record need to be?
Oh.
They're 5-2 right now, and in 10 games, do they need to be, obviously 5-5? That'll get you to 10 wins, because that's what everyone predicted, right?
Mine was 6. I'd have to go 6-4 to meet my 11.
Okay, 6-4 to 11. I had them at 13 math. 8-2. So I have them at 8-2 in the next 10.
Yeah.
Did they look like they're going to be a team that's going to be 8-2 in the next 10?
It doesn't feel like it today.
It doesn't feel like it today, and they're 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
It doesn't feel like they should be 5-2 either. So,
but it also feels like they could be 7-0. Like,
right.
What's happening? This is so crazy. Are the Broncos any good or no?
We'll find out. That's a fun question. You guys tell us. 10 games left. What would the record need to be in the final 10 to meet what your prediction was? All right, Cecil, couple of fantasy questions here.
Right on.
Throw your name on the end of these so we can give you a shout out here. 720-618 didn't do it, but also wants to know if they should go with Lamar or Baker Mayfield this week.
Yeah, in his first game back, and you got Baker down Mike Evans with that clavicle injury. We'll watch the health status of Emeka Egbuka. It's against the Saints, but what was it, the Bears game? When it's like, oh, Caleb Williams going to eat. It's the Saints.
Yeah.
But then DeAndre Swift had 124 yards, and they just like, yeah, we don't need to do anything.
He ate.
Well, you don't need to do anything. So is it actually like a big, and we'll see what the status is of Bucker Irving, but like, is it a big Rachaad White game? Because Baker doesn't need to do much. Lamar, first game back against Chicago. So a couple of Bears things there. Projections-wise, I have Lamar projected for 24.5 points. I have Baker projected back-to-back 24.3 points.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so that's a coin flip call. Go with your gut.
You think Lamar's playing? So
yes.
Him being back at practice today is a surefire.
Yes,
Hey,
and I had to project. I had to project for both. Actually, I had to project for 3 quarterbacks, which sucks.
You get Cooper in there too?
Yeah, Cooper and then Tyler Huntley.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so I have to project for 3 quarterbacks, which changes the math for everybody on that offense. So Lamar Jackson, a very 0.2 projections points more than Baker, but that's a coin flip call. Go with your gut.
All right. This question is coming from Richie the Roofer, checking in with the tribe. He's with Lighthouse Roofing. What's up, Richie?
Right on.
Says, Cease, Daniel Jones or Bo Nix this week? Who do I roll with?
Wow, and Bo Nix, and what is a game that has to be or has shootout tendencies? And with Daniel Jones, the concern is you're just going to hand off to Jonathan Taylor all the time. They're going up against Tennessee. Now, that's Sunday afternoon. It's going to happen the same time as Broncos-Cowboys. So in this situation, I always look at, okay, where is the shootout potential? Where is it, 35-31? Where's that sort of game? That's clearly Denver and Dallas. I personally believe that the Colts are going to win, 24-0 over Tennessee, and it's probably another 3-touchdown game for Jonathan Taylor. So it's Bo Nix over Daniel Jones.
Bo Nix over Daniel Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else has Dak or Bo, the quarterbacks that are going head-to-head this weekend.
You might not like my answer.
I think I know your answer.
It's not.
How's
Bo.
it not Dak?
Yeah, it's
it's
Dak.
100% Dak.
It's Dak. Yeah, in that situation. But Bo Nix, my number 5 quarterback this week.
Okay.
Dak Prescott, my number 4 quarterback this week.
Oh, wow. All right.
So, yeah, again, that one's real close. Number 1 quarterback, Pat Mahomes against the Commanders on Monday night, especially without Jaden Daniels. There's probably not going to be much of a fight, and there's Kansas City set up to beat you through the air. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The Colts are set up to beat you with Jonathan Taylor, and that's where the difference comes in.
Last one, and we got to give a shout-out here to Evan. He's currently filling kegs of root beer downtown in Denver for Wine Coop Brewing Company. First-time texter, long-time listener, and proud tribe member. Appreciate all you guys do. Right back at you, Evan. We're grateful that you're listening, giving us a part of your day. and hope we can help you get through the day. But, Cecil, I need fantasy help this week. RB2 and a flex position in a standard PPR.
Okay.
Which two should I roll with? Kamani Vidal, JCM, and Wan'Dale Robinson. He needs two of the three.
Wan'Dale Robinson. So you're going to go Kamani Vidal against the Vikings. That is Thursday night. So get Vidal in your lineup. And then, you want Wan'Dale over Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt Monday night. Usually I like that Monday night punch, but again, this is a Marcus Mariota-led offense, which might go, hey, more Bill.
Yeah.
But it's Mariota. It's going to be a downgrade for all the Commanders' skill position players. And Wan'Dale Robinson, I mean, he's tiny, but he's making big plays. Tiny man, big plays for the New York Giants. So give me Robinson and give me Kamani Vidal.
There you go, Evan. Appreciate you tuning in. Great work down there in downtown Denver. Let's get into our fourth and final hour. We like to call it the fourth quarter. 17% of the pass plays are screens, and the Broncos flat out can't score in the second and third quarter. What do those numbers tell us about how the Cowboys game could go? Find out coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Are you ready for winter? Worries you might need a new furnace? Don't know where to begin? Rocks Heating and Air makes it incredibly easy with their new, free, no obligation online heating and cooling quote. It takes less than 5 minutes and gives you options instantly. No calls, no waiting, and transparent pricing. Only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. Did you know that I actually have some psychic abilities? Yep, had a new client come in the other day to get signed up, and she said, Dan, they've already made me an offer. And I said, well, let me guess. It was $1,500. And her eyes got real big, and she said, Dan, how'd you know that? And I said, let me take another guess. When you said you weren't sure, they said, okay, we'll offer you the maximum amount allowed of like $3,500. The client couldn't believe what she was hearing. But let me let you know in a little secret. I'm not a psychic. I just know all of the insurance companies' dirty little tricks. They use these tricks to put pressure on you so they can get off the hook cheap. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to make sure that they play fair. We're going to make sure you get feeling better and the insurance companies pay what's right. Call us at any time. You can speak directly with me or my lovely wife, Kimberly. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest savings on the products you choose.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
with the tribe, folks on YouTube, they give us a little "Don't be that guy."
Well, it's also a message for all of us on like how to better, live our lives. Don't be that guy. I drive through Waterton Canyon every day because I live in a postcard in Roxborough. Shout out Roxborough, and we have a crosswalk between Waterton Canyon and the parking lot.
You know, I'm a big crosswalk guy. You should use those.
The people don't use the button to alert the lights. There's a motorcyclist now. Fortunately, he's okay, but he was stopped at the crosswalk, and somebody rear-ended him. You have to push the damn button when you cross the crosswalk so the lights go off, not for the people up front. We see that you're going to cross, so we're going to stop. Push the lights so that the people behind us aren't on their phones trying to get through Waterton Canyon and then ram into you. The guy on a motorcycle got rear-ended. Fortunately, again, okay, I think his bike's trash, and it was a big Harley, so maybe that helped absorb the blow, but like, seriously, dude, you're using the crosswalk at Waterton Canyon or wherever, push the button. So that's another one of my don't be that guy.
That's a good one. That's a real good one. Creaky has one that says, don't be the guy that drives 10 over in a neighborhood, ignoring stop signs. So they just watched what he thinks was a high schooler go flying through, and it's a tight neighborhood. Pisses me right off. Creaky, I'm 100% with you.
And Creaky has to drive through Waterton Canyon, too.
Oh, and Creaky's out there walking. He's a pedestrian.
Yeah.
Watch out for folks. There's at Wheel Skate Park, one of my favorite skate parks. 2 months ago, a young man lost his life because someone wasn't paying attention as he was trying to cross the crosswalk.
Right.
And it was a young man that hit another young man, and now a whole family's life has changed, and this young man is gonna go to jail. You know what I mean? Like it sucks. So yeah, pay attention. I promise you, nothing on your phone is as important as you think it is. We should get like an electric shock to ourselves if you try to go on your phone in the car.
We need like an air horn. So when you're driving by somewhere, you're like, of course, that'd probably make them go off the road.
Yeah.
But
it ticks me off. I've been guilty of it, but I try my best to not be. But like, just, cruise by people, and I got the truck, so I'm like looking down at people. Like, 90% of people are on their phones.
I know. It's terrifying.
It's crazy.
It's terrifying. Now, imagine being on a motorcycle. So, yeah it's absolutely terrifying. Get off your damn phone, use the push button on the crosswalk.
Yeah. Boy, Wesley writes, don't be that guy that plays in the media game and shoots 0 for 3.
You were 0 for 3.
I was 0 for 3.
And 2 air balls.
Yeah.
The air balls hurt the most.
Dude, it hurt my
I'll
heart.
take a brick as someone who's nicknamed Bricks by our fearless leader, Amanda. I will take bricks over air balls.
Yeah. Someone also said, don't be that guy that listens to Newfound Glory and admits it. TD in Michigan. I responded and said they rip. They're a staple in my rotation. They responded with a laughing face.
Everyone had some pop punk in their life.
Yeah.
I'm a metalhead.
You know what? I've always thought this, like, maybe it's not a don't be that guy, because I guess we kind of do that as the music that we play, and nobody gets to choose it but Kevin, really. I always thought it was weird of, like, you listen to that music? What's wrong with you, man? Like, it's what you like. I'm not, like, forcing you to listen to it, although I did send you that Mexican OT playlist today, which you will like.
I will love it, yes.
But, like, you know what I mean? I used to be that way with country music, honestly. I was always like, you listen to country music? What? You're a loser. And then I listened to a little bit of country music, and I'm like, oh, I actually kind of like this, too. Like, who cares what other people like? Does it really affect your life?
Not really, but I'm still a music snob. Because again, as a metalhead, we don't play nearly
metal.
Yeah, well, Spivak won't let me, so.
He's
bumping his fist
for it. All right, so yeah, keep your texts coming in. Don't be that guy. Don't be that gal. Couple situation. You got that?
I got
for us
one.
still?
Yeah, that's for later.
All right, we'll get to that coming up. But we got to talk about what the Broncos are doing with their passing game and what they're not doing in quarters 2 and 3. Andrew Mason's got a piece at DenverSports.com. Get there, read it. It's always great work from Mace. But he highlights the passing plays. And it's 17% if you wanted to round up because it's over 17.5. We'll get that thing to 18%. 18% of the pass plays that are called by Sean Payton are screens. That's a problem. What's the bigger problem? The fact that 18% of his pass plays are screens, or the fact that they haven't scored a single point, not touchdowns, no field goals, in the second and third quarter in the entire month of October. In quarters 1, 2, and 3 in 3 football games in October against the Eagles, the Jets, and the Giants, they've scored 13 points in those 3 games. All of them have come in the first quarter.
Yeah, all of them in the first quarter, and then the fourth quarter surge from this Broncos team. You've got to get better in the middle of the game because your offense needs to move the ball at a more efficient rate. You need to keep your defense fresh. We've got problems with this Broncos defense. Just a few, not many. But imagine how much stronger they would be if they got support from their offense. Imagine if you were running the ball at an appropriate rate. And I'm not going to blame JK. JK's doing the work. I'm going to blame Sean for not giving him a little bit more work. And I'm also going to blame RJ for not being better.
That's
past
fair,
week 6.
Fair criticism.
You need to start at 4 carries for 0 yards, dude. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? You need to be much, much better. And then earn that larger role. Tomorrow we'll get into it a little bit. Spivak brought it up about like Bo Nix earning the trust for Sean Payton. Well, this ground game needs to earn that. Everyone not named JK. Earn those carries. Earn that to lead the way. And then help out your defense. And then you can be much more, of a team. Right now you've got a defense leading the way and an offense that kind of wakes up from their coma for a quarter, usually late, and then they get a win. They're blessed to be 5-2. But man alive, I'd love this team to be undefeated right now. I'd love this team in the next in the next 10 games. They have 10 games left. That 8-2 would be real sweet, but you're not playing at 8-2 football. You're getting found out. You're just lucky that you played the Jets and the Giants.
Yeah.
You play a decent team, you're getting waxed.
And that's who they're about to play in the Dallas Cowboys. More than a decent team. Dak Prescott's
their next 4 games are Dallas, Houston, Raiders, Chiefs, right? So two of those four are elite level quarterback play.
I mean, Dak Prescott's a top 5-6 quarterback right now in the NFL.
Yeah,
with what he's been able to accomplish, and now getting CD Lamb back for a second consecutive week.
Right.
Figured out how to use the tight end.
Yep.
Actually have a run game with that giant offensive line. That
you
they've
can
had
play
there.
like this and beat the Giants. You can play like this and beat barely the Jets. Beating the Eagles, I still have that as a hallmark win, signature win. I like that. Even they're the defending world champions. They're down this year, and they get the Giants again this week. They played the Giants, then they didn't play the Giants. Now they play the Giants again.
Wow,
it's weird. I bet Vic Fangio will have something for Jackson Dart this week.
Wasn't this so the Giants beat him? Was that Jackson's first start?
Yeah, Giants beat him,
and then that kind of led to all this stuff happening for the Eagles. Or I guess being amplified because A.J. Brown's now posting more stuff on Instagram about how sad he is. A.J. Brown, dude, I'd be so sick of A.J. Brown.
Don't sign A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're the Broncos, get over this trash play in the middle of the game offensively. And that's what it's been. They've been trash in the middle of these games. And they need to be much, much better to benefit their defense and to benefit their young quarterback who's trying to make his way and kind of build, stack wins, stack plays, stack series. It's all about getting that experience and that wisdom that's gained from that experience, but it's not if you've got the handcuffs, the training wheels, whatever.
And throwing screen plays on 18% of your pass plays. That's just that seems to be like going against everything Sean Payton would want to do as a play caller, or at least the play caller that he wants us to believe he is.
Yeah. Now I'm curious, what were those screens like with New Orleans? I remember a lot of sail concepts. I remember a lot of outside throws.
Mm-hmm.
I do remember some middle of the field stuff. They avoid the middle of the field right now. Things have to change, and it's Sean changing the order in which these plays are called and the personnel groupings as well. There's a couple of things messing up Sean this year, in my opinion.
Got to get better. Got to get right before the Cowboys come a-calling and playing some really solid football right now. We're going to keep a Broncos conversation going. We talked about it. They have those 10 games left. You tell us what they need to be in those 10 games. 8-2, 7-3, 6-5. What are you looking for out of the Broncos? And in those 10 games, how many of those will the Broncos have the best quarterback on the field? That's coming up next.
Christian Brown is here to stay. The Nuggets locked down their rising star with a 5-year extension worth $125 million. With CB cemented into the starting lineup, is it officially championship or bust in Denver this season? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Fall has arrived, which makes now the perfect time to call your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks, at 303-425-0985. Ductworks complete ventilation cleaning packages, scrapes and vacuums every inch of your system, removing dirt, dust, and debris other companies leave behind. Here's why that matters. Your heating system kicks on in the fall. Dirty ducts can reduce efficiency, raise your energy bills, push dust into your home's air. A professional cleaning now helps your furnace run better, last longer, and keep your family breathing cleaner air. Don't wait until the first cold snap when everyone else is scrambling. Get ahead of the rush. Call Ductworks today at 303-425-0985 or visit ductworks.com for your free residential and commercial estimate. Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
303-425-0985. This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where we've successfully treated thousands of men for low testosterone and helped them feel like their old selves again. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Greg.
Hi, my name is Greg. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 10 years. I noticed that I was really tired. I was lethargic. I didn't sleep really well, and I was overweight. My waist was 4 inches over what it should have been. It was really difficult for me to lose the body shape I didn't like. And of course, my marriage, yes. No man in their 40s wants to have low libido in their marriage. I'm really thankful for this therapy because it just makes me feel the man I want to be, active, at home, everywhere. If you're feeling like I was, call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today and get checked. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain.
Thanks, Greg. It's true. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. With just a friendly tip here, I like to remind people that they never want to be gambling that the person that hits them has good insurance. So I want you to take a look at your insurance policies. Check and make sure that you have two things. One's called MedPay coverage. You want to make sure you have that. And then also UM/UIM coverage. This will protect you in case you get into an accident and the person that hits you doesn't have good insurance. If you have any questions, just give me a call. 303 Law 4040. That's 303 Law 4040.
Advent Health is Littleton's home for highly specialized, life-changing heart care. From preventive screenings to personalized treatment options, it's heartfelt care from expert hands. The Advent Health Heart and Vascular Institute is now open, ready to provide wholehearted care for your whole health.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
Tune into Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Wednesdays at 9:15 to hear ESPN NFL analyst Dan Orlovsky break down Bo Nix and the Broncos every week during football season. Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to get into a conversation about Bo Nix, but I want to go back to that screen thing for a second. And Andrew Mason's number, calling screenplays on pass plays at about an 18% clip, over 17.5, so we're rounding up there to 18.
Yeah, it's not great, Bob.
No, it's not. Dan Orlovsky was on with the morning show today and talked about the screenplays, talked about the quarterback stuff. We can get to a couple things that Dan had to say. But before this Bo conversation, Dan was asked by the guys on the morning show, hey, why is Sean in love with these little bubble screens and the screen game so much?
There's not a lot of defenses that have the perimeter players that can take away those cheap yards. Let's call it what it is. They're cheap yards. And so any coach that has a semblance of a brain wants cheap yards. They're easy. So there's not a lot of teams that have the perimeter players that can handle defending those cheap yards. And that's really directly attached to the nickel and then the corners. Teams don't have guys that are really big enough and physical enough to do it. I think the second thing is, and I'm giving a little bit of grace to Coach Payton here, is matchups matter, and what is the strength of a defense, what's the weakness of a defense. So I think there's a little bit of game plan element to it, and there's a little bit of there's just not a lot of teams that can handle those cheap yards on the perimeter.
All right, look,
I
like
said cheap yards like 7 times, dude, and I'm not going to give Coach Payton that grace because you're telling me, Dan Orlovsky, that every week Sean's opponents are, hey, this week the screen's going to get him, guys. I understand what Dan's trying to do. He's trying not to piss off Sean Payton, but at the end of the day, I don't care.
Why is everybody afraid of Sean Payton?
He's intimidating, I suppose.
Who cares?
But Dan Orlovsky, what he just said, I'm going to give grace to Coach because of matchups. So you're telling me that on a weekly basis, the best plan, every team's unique, right? Except every team's weak against the screen? I'm calling that out, dude. That's not the case.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I like your take, but I would also say, all right, you want the cheap yards? That's great. As Dan said, I'm sure every coach is looking for that. At an 18% clip, that's ridiculous. You get those cheap yards, and what he's saying is the cornerbacks can't tackle. That's what he's telling you. And that's known to be true for about the entire existence of the NFL. But at an 18% clip, that just becomes predictable and something that every defense can stop, as we've learned over the first 7 weeks.
So what's worse, the corners that can't tackle for these cheap yards or the Broncos who can't block on screens?
Well,
the R.J. Harvey play when 3 tight ends are out there and each one of them miss. I mean, listen, R.J. Harvey's got a lot to prove, and I'm not just defending R.J. Harvey. I said after week 6, we judge him differently. We're judging him differently. But on that play specifically, you have 3 tight ends. Blockers, right? Sean loves blockers. You got 3 tight ends in front of you, and none of them get their guy? What's R.J. Harvey supposed to do? Just float for the first down? Yeah. He's actually flying, everybody. I can't believe it.
He's hanging out with those Mr. Nice Guys and just fly everywhere.
This is the snip, snap, snap.
Now, look, I will say this. Like, cheap yards, yeah, you want to get those a little bit more or as often as you can. But like I said, at the 18% clip, why is, again, I'm going to use his own words against him, guy that has what did he say about the offensive operation? An understanding, and we're all comfortable with the offensive operation. All right, if that's true and you're this big, smart offensive guy, why do you have to search for the cheap yards so much? Is your offense not good enough to get it elsewhere so you count and bank on those cheap yards? And again, all right, let's have the conversation. Is that on Bo or is that on Sean? In Sean's mind, if you have to chase the cheap yards to keep yourself in the game, what does that tell you about this offense and the quarterback?
Right. And why do you want it cheap? I understand you make them pay until they stop it. They're already stopping it.
And you keep going back to it.
Where are the cheap yards? That's what I'm wondering. Like, you ever go, I'm not going to name the retail outlets, but there's retail outlets like 50% off all the time. And it's actually, you jack up the prices and then you say it's 50% off. That's what the prices should be. We can't talk about cheap yards.
I think you're describing Black Friday.
Wait, there's TVs, everybody. I'm like, TVs are always cheap. Yeah. Anyway, like, So there's cheap yards, but you're not getting the cheap yards. So again, I respect Dan Orlovsky. His YouTube numbers perform well from the morning show, but it's like, all right, what are we talking about here? Cheap yards, you're not getting the cheap yards. Your cheap yards are expensive because they're costing you because it's always 2nd and 10. Your cheap yards are costing you because it's always 3rd and 11.
Yeah.
Because your screen didn't work. So don't give me the cheap yards thing and don't give me the matchups thing. Your matchups aren't telling you every week that running screens 20. I keep raising the number. Screens 1,000,000% of the time. Screens 20% of the time isn't from matchups. We've studied the film, and these guys are weak against screens. You're not good at running screens. Bottom line, they may be bad, and all these corners can't tackle. That all may be true. That may be 100% true. Dan Orlovsky is 100% right. What if you're not good at running screens? Why would you do that?
That's a very fair question.
Are the Broncos good at running screens?
No, they're not.
Why would you do that then? Why would you go 18% of the time?
But see, that's where my brain is telling me Sean has zero confidence in his team moving the ball down the field without those cheap yards being a major part of how they move the ball up and down the field. If he thought they could get that yardage, that amount of yardage with another play that highlighted Bo or made one of his wide receivers look good, you don't think he would do that? I mean, Sean he's looking for that, hey, told you guys, that affirmation of like, I told you, and now look at it. It's there. To me, this screams, and what Mason found with the numbers and what Orlovsky is telling the morning show, it screams to me that Sean doesn't have any confidence in his team to get those chunk yards without taking the cheap stuff or really hunting the cheap stuff.
I'll take the cheap yards, but don't you want quality plays?
Hell yeah.
Don't you build confidence by getting quality wins, quality plays? And in life, do we want the cheap stuff? Or do we want, watch-wise? If you happen to have a Rolex, don't you feel pretty good about that? Mm-hmm. Right? I actually don't have a Rolex. And I have not yet. I have one really nice watch. I'm kind of a little bit out of the watch game because
they're expensive as hell.
It's super expensive.
Yeah.
So my one expensive watch, I feel pretty good. I was able to get that. I remember the fake watch that I had that Marshawn Lynch wanted from me, and I didn't have the heart to tell him. It was a Callaway watch from Target. It was like $30.
Should have sold that thing for $3.
It had the fake bling on it. So I'm out to dinner with Travell Gaines. Shout out Travell. And Marshawn Lynch. We're in Los Angeles, right? And this is when he played for the Bills, so it was a long time ago. So he keeps staring at my watch, and I was like, I can't. He's like, I want that watch. I'm like, I can't. I didn't have the heart to tell him, like, just go to Target, dude. Yeah. It's like $30.
Right.
And he kept trying to buy it. I was like, no, I just lied. And I was like, it was a gift, so I can't sell it, because it's a gift. Yeah. And so Marshawn, super cool, love the guy. But I remember when I got my one expensive watch, and it looks similar, pretty blingy. And my son, who wore my fake watch then in high school, and he went to me one day, he's like, look at how far you've come.
Wow.
You went from like faking it with the fake bling to the real bling.
That's cool.
And I'm like, that's cool. But that quality makes me feel good. The cheap watch didn't make me feel good. Mm-hmm. The cheap yards, why do you want cheap? Why do you want cheap in football and in life?
Everything
why do you want
feels
cheap?
Better and you earn it.
You want your lady to be cheap?
No.
Now maybe it'll be a little less expensive. Let's work on a budget, dear.
Yeah.
But like seriously,
why everything feel better when you've earned it?
Exactly. Doesn't everything feel better when it's quality?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the cheap stuff? You want the ditch weed or you want the good stuff? Like, seriously, what do you want here? You want the, freshly malted whiskey or do you want the aged stuff?
Top shelf or bottom shelf?
Exactly. Why are we going from why is Sean going on the bottom shelf? Why are we taking the house tequila? Why aren't we going for the good stuff?
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. I like that analogy.
Well, I don't like the cheap yards. They're cheap yards. They're cheap yards. You're not getting the cheap yards. What does that tell you when you're not getting the cheap yards?
And I'm also not here to say, hey, take the screens out of the playbook. You can never run a screen again.
Right.
You can run the screen. You can take those cheap yards when they're giving it to you.
Yes.
But when it becomes a part of your identity, it's no longer cheap yards that you're looking for. It's hey, this is who we are, and this might be the only way we can set ourselves up for 2nd and 6, at least in his eyes, because what you could really do is what you're supposed to do on first down, which is run the freaking football.
Tommy Gunn says on YouTube chat, no one's good at running screens if that's all you do. Need to set them up with the run game.
There we go. Who was that? Tommy Guns?
Tommy Guns.
We're best friends now, Tommy Guns. Me and you for life. All right, I want to have the Bo conversation. I also want to remind folks about the Fan Flyaway being back thanks to 303 Law 4040. Put that number in your phone. This time, we're sending a lucky listener and a guest, possibly us as a guest. I'd love to go to Phoenix in February for the biggest party in golf. You win this thing, you're going to get 2 tickets to Saturday's round at TPC Scottsdale, round trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about $500 to blow while you're out there? Pretty good setup for the Fan Flyaway. For more information and to register, go to thefanflyaway.com. If you've entered into a previous Fan Flyaway contest, you're already signed up for this one. You don't have to do anything except for listen for names to be called, because once you sign up for a Fan Flyaway, we put you in all future Fan Flyaways. We're trying to hook up everybody with a chance at a pretty sweet prize, and we always want the winner to come from this time slot. Someone in the tribe needs to be on their way to Scottsdale come February. So get to thefanflyaway.com and get registered. All right, let's talk about that quarterback conversation. In the final 10 games, will Bo be the best quarterback in half of those games, or what will the number look like? And then that gap in the AFC. How big is it? Does it even exist anymore with the Broncos and the rest of the AFC powerhouses? We'll have those conversations coming up next.
Do Bo Nix and the Broncos learn something about themselves with a win over the Giants?
Bo Nix is clutch. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. And this team is going to know that when they're down, they're never out. After 2 fourth-quarter, 14-plus point comebacks, this team's going to feel like we've always got a chance.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, guys? Josh over here to talk to you about something personal. We're friends, though. We're all in the tribe together, right? So we can have these kind of conversations because we're bros. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction. And if it's something that you're dealing with, I promise you the excuses are going to run out. Your partner's going to get sick of hearing them and ultimately may even blame themselves, which is completely unfair to not only them, but you, too. Erectile dysfunction is a symptom, something that can be dealt with. And at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it can be dealt with success rates well over 90%. Those pills, herbals at the gas station, that's dangerous. You guys don't even know what's in that stuff, and you're putting it in your body. Scary stuff. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're Colorado licensed medical providers. They're going to sit you down, draw your blood, tell you what your options are after they find out what your T levels were. It's what I did. Found out my T levels were crazy low for at the time, a 38-year-old man. And here I am a few years later on testosterone booster and feeling like a brand new man. They have an expert staff. A lot of men, just like you, could be having sex the day after your appointment. So stop running from it. Yes, it will be an awkward, uncomfortable conversation, but they're pros and you're an adult. So have one today at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here. And last year, I went a little rogue and dropped a discount code from our friends at Hermes Worldwide. And you guys used it so much, they almost got mad at me. Well, I'm feeling a little spicy again this season. So I'm bringing it back, baby. You can get 30% off your ride to the game with Hermes Worldwide for your entire season. All you have to do is mention the code PL30. Again, mention PL30 when you book your luxury transportation to Empower Field. And contact Hermes Worldwide at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Go Broncos!
It's the Medicare Advantage annual enrollment period, and Humana knows not everyone has the same needs when picking a Medicare Advantage plan.
Now that I'm retired, I want to enjoy the life I've worked hard to build. So I want a plan that covers me when I'm traveling the country.
Humana has a plan for that.
As a veteran, I want a plan that fills in the gaps my VA coverage doesn't provide, like dental care.
Humana has a plan for that.
I feel good about my health. I just want care and coverage with predictable costs. No surprises.
Humana has a plan for that. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you get coverage and benefits that focus on what matters most to you. Learn more at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit about Bo Nix. We're going to continue to hear a couple things about these Denver Broncos. But we asked you earlier, they got 10 games left. What do they need to be in those 10 games? Are already at 5 wins. Well, if you go 500, you match your win total from a year ago. But everyone knows that's not good enough, including Greg Penner himself, who said, hey, 10 wins and a loss in the wild card round does not equal success. We've done that before. We've gone down that road. So what do they have to do in the final 10 games? You tell us on the text line. Text in the record at 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line, or over on YouTube. Just search the YouTube channel, the Denver Sports YouTube channel, and then click our stream. It'll say Dover and Cecil. Have our pictures. Click it, and you're in the chat room there. So, Cecil, I'm looking at the final 10 games, and I'm really looking at 1, 2, 3 games where I think Bo Nix is going to be the better quarterback in the final 10. And then Houston it's almost a coin flip for me. What version of CJ shows up, what version of Bo shows up. And
who's healthy on that team,
Yeah.
both Christian Kirk and Nico Collins. Their number one receiver is Xavier Hutchinson.
Oh, wow.
Without those two. Collins with a concussion, Kirk, I believe it's a hamstring injury. So it's like, who's even healthy by that time? But we know the Cowboys got healthy last week with the return of CeeDee Lamb, so you've got some trouble coming up.
I mean, Bo's not better than Dak. So the first one in front of us
No.
is advantage Dallas Cowboys. I mean, do you disagree with any of my names there? Maybe you go Bo over CJ, but I'm not taking Bo over Dak. I'm not taking Bo over Mahomes. I'm not taking Bo over Jaden. I'm not taking Bo over Jordan Love right now, and I'm not taking him over Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
I do take him over Trevor Lawrence and Geno Smith.
The Herbert thing's interesting based on how the Chargers are trying to find their way, and the Jaden thing is interesting because, listen, he's my number one quarterback last year for a reason. He's very talented, very skilled, but he's also my main concern with Jaden Daniels. And I talked to his former trainer from LSU of like, hey, how's he going to stay healthy? Because that's going to be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And now a setback with Jaden Daniels, it's going to be Marcus Mariota on Monday night. So Jaden, I can't say right now with him being hurt and multiple injuries now, I can't say that, Bo isn't better than him. If both were healthy and both at full strength, we have a different conversation.
So could we get to the end of this season and you tell me that of the 2024 quarterback class, Bo's got a shot to be the best one after the second year?
Right now, it looks like Drake May. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
with the way that Drake May is playing. But I also don't want to be a, what do they call it, creature of the moment or captured in the moment, something about moments, mile high moment. I don't want to be just just totally locked into the now, and Drake May now is the best. What about Drake May last year? He's bringing up the rear. You know what I mean?
They've played 7 games as well, so for the first couple of weeks, Drake May didn't look like this. He's turned it on in the last month.
Well, and I know they're not playing him, but look at the way my man Zach Robinson, shout out Chatfield Chargers, is treating Michael Penix. They're just like, give it to Bijan all the time. Can you hand off the ball a lot, please? Can Sean Payton learn a thing or two from a first-time offensive coordinator in Zach Robinson?
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Probably.
Like, look at the way they're treating Penix. Penix is very, very limited in what he does. Now, they have Bijan Robinson, but the Broncos have J.K. Dobbins.
Those just seem like common sense solutions to me, which has eluded Sean Payton. Common sense solutions. That's a whole nother can of worms that we can open up. Does Sean even consider common sense solution, or is that beneath him? You know what I mean? Is that that's the low-hanging fruit that a smart individual like Sean Payton would never reach for?
Well, Joe Klatt asked the question this morning on the morning show when Mike Evans was moist. He asked, is Sean Payton a vanity play caller?
Oh, really?
What would your answer be to that?
Like what, he just wants it to look good?
Look at my offense. Look at my design. Look at my personnel.
I would agree with that. Yes, I would.
I'd say 1,000% he's a vanity play caller.
Actually, let's hear how Klatt talked about that with the morning show.
There are times in a game plan when you see something against the defense and you want to try to attack that and you build some substantial package into your game plan. And then there are also times that I do feel like Sean tries to legitimize his Tuesday night and Wednesday night work on Sunday versus just seeing what's in front of him and calling it. That's when there are play callers in both levels. And I know this is going to sound harsh, but it just is what it is. I'd love your thoughts on this, Stoke Instinct. There are play callers that are vanity play callers. Vanity play callers meaning like, I built this sheet, damn it, it's all getting out there because I want you to see all the hard work that I put in versus guys that don't get bored taking a profit and their beauty is in their simplicity and will just say like, if you're not going to stop this today, then I'm going to run it 8 different ways. I'm going to continue to do so until you stop it.
That's very interesting to me. Okay, there's a couple of things there. That phrase that he snuck in there, don't get bored taking the profit.
Right.
You know who else had said that this year? Bo Nix. I wonder how much that's being kind of, like we said, playing not to make a mistake, take the easy stuff that's right in front of you.
Right.
I can understand some of that stuff. But what he also said about, hey, I work so hard on Tuesday and Wednesday on these game plans, I'm not going to throw it away on Sunday.
What was one of the best plays from the Giants game?
Like on the offensive side?
Yeah, because we're talking about Tuesday, Wednesday. Klatt hit it right on the head here. What was one of the best plays? Not the best play, but one of the best plays.
Are you thinking about the ball to Marvin?
The Saturday play to Court.
Oh, okay. The
left
one
sideline
that they just installed.
That got you into field. Why isn't Sean like in-game adjust, hey, this isn't working, scrap it? I think Klatt hit it on the head of like the Tuesday and Wednesday stuff, which, my God, means today. Sean, don't take it so seriously. What you're scheming up today, if it doesn't work Sunday, bail.
So does that mean Sean, I don't know if this is the right word, like he's never fluid? It's never open?
Would you say his during the week preparations are any good? Based on the first 15?
No, I wouldn't.
No, they're not. His first 10 plays, his first 15 plays are not. You spend the entire week working on that game plan. You spend the entire week, your fast start should be there. These should be your best plays. These should be the gotcha moments. I knew that would work.
Was it Cincy? I think he had a decent one against Cincy.
They don't play defense. But instead, it's the Saturday play. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. We just drew that up. We didn't even practice it, and it worked. Where's that Sean at?
So Sean's too stubborn with his game plan because he would hate to waste the work that he's done?
Well, the work you're doing isn't working. So is it wasting something if it doesn't work?
Or maybe that's the wrong word I chose.
No, it's wasting is right.
Well, in his eyes, it would be an admission of he was wrong. But nobody would even look at it
Sean, you're
that
going to be
way.
wrong sometimes.
Right.
It's okay. Be a man.
And you know what? We don't know what your game plan is. Us in the media, the fans that are watching. We would actually go, wow, they started to struggle, and Sean made a pretty solid adjustment to get themselves back in contention. That answer from Joel Klatt, it confirms what I thought. He's stubborn, he's hard-headed, and he's getting in his own way. Because of the work he did on Tuesday.
Other than that,
Wednesday.
he's fine.
Yeah, other than that, great guy. Love him. I mean, just dresses sharp, smart as hell. But outside of those few things that I just talked about, yeah, he's got to figure that out.
He does have nice Jordans, though.
He really does. Mm-hmm. Did you see Mike McDaniel was getting a bunch of crap because he had a $10,000 pair? I think they might have been Air Force Ones, and he was just creasing the hell out of them last week.
Mike might need to put those on eBay. I have a feeling he's going to be out of a job.
I saw another chain, someone I know, selling their Broncos chain for $350 on Facebook today.
The Broncos had some leftovers, and they said if you retweeted that one thing and like comment and like and share, subscribe, all that you could be. And I'm like,
Well, we're not. They wouldn't give it to us.
Wonder if I could text like Patrick and be like, hey, give me one of those chains. You know, I did that.
How tight are you with Pat? He'd say hell no to me, but
Patrick's my guy. I think my guy. If I were to ask, I did ask for one of the belt buckles. Full disclosure.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Because I was supposed to get one, and then the day they handed them out, I was like, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there that day, and they handed them out on like the Wednesday, and then I was there Thursday. I was like, hey, I missed the belt buckles, and they got me one.
That's cool.
Yeah, so I'm like, I wouldn't mind that chain. Now, it might go on eBay immediately.
Don't do that.
I got artists to pay, man. You're telling me don't sell something when I got artists to pay?
I was actually going to ask you earlier, is it don't be that guy or a lady, like you gift them something and you tell them they have to do this with it? So like if you
that's a don't be that guy.
If you give me a gift,
sure.
It's mine now.
Yeah.
And I can do whatever I want with it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you give me a gift and I'm like, damn, that's pricey.
Right.
Selling that on Facebook.
See, I'd gift, I've gifted some Jordans around here.
Yeah,
if I buy collections and there's some in there. If Kevin and Drew didn't have monster feet, you guys are like hobbits.
They really are.
Size 1,000,000 feet. If you guys didn't have size 15 feet, I might be able to get some Jordans for you. Now, if I did and they ended up selling them, I'd be okay with that. Yeah. It's a gift. You do whatever you want with it.
I mean, it's kind of a jerk move, but you shouldn't be mad about it.
Nah, once it's yours, it's yours.
I guess so.
I mean, you don't have to buy me Jordans. You could buy me some other Nikes.
He's just looking for something now.
Might save you some money.
Yeah. He's like, in fact, check your inbox. I sent you my size and the shoe I'm looking for right now.
Links and everything.
All right, final segment coming at you. Nothing major happening locally tonight, but we'll reset a couple of Nuggets questions that we had and look back at an Avalanche win coming up next.
The Fan Flyaway is back, presented by 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. To kick off 2026, DenverSports 1043 The Fan is sending you to Phoenix for the biggest party in golf. Airfare, hotel tickets, and $500 in spending money, all included. Head to thefanflyaway.com to register. That's thefanflyaway.com. DenverSports 1043 The Fan.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whether you're into local craft brews, adventurous cocktails, or ice-cold 29-degree drafts, they've got your drink. Pair it with scratch-made favorites from their special menu. And you've got the perfect way to wind down or turn up. Whatever your vibe, Twin Peaks is your go-to for the best happy hour in the league. See you tonight at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
More than a few of our patients have talked to me about their first time, but it's not the first time you're probably thinking about. It's the first time that erectile dysfunction ruined the moment. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're over 50, it's likely you've had that first time yourself. But the good news is that if you're like most men, that first time can be the last time that ED impacts your sex life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men using protocols with success rates well over 90%. And those treatments have, in most cases, made sex great again for both them and their partners. You could even find that you're performing like you haven't in years. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, it's time to make the last time that happens the last time that happens. For just $99, you'll receive blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
If you don't think doing a quick and free check of your finances is worth it, let me share this recent customer story. Jason and Barbara H. from Denver called us wanting to see if they could save money. Credit was okay and there was a good amount of debts. Their fear was another lender they went to first, shame on them, told them yes in the beginning and then denied them during the process. When they called us, we not only approved the loan, we saved them $3,900 a month.
What? $3,900 a month?
Yes, this couple just saved $3,900 a month by calling U.S. Mortgages. And best of all, with our lowest rate for life guarantee, if the market improves in the future, even as little as 0.5%, they can redo the loan and increase their savings further without any lender or appraisal fees. You could be our next success story. Call 303-LOW-RATE. That's 303-LOW-RATE or online at usmloan.com.
All loans subject to approval and change. License number 392126.
You've got your whole life ahead of you, so choose a Medicare plan you can count on. And that's what you get with a Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. With more than 45 years' experience serving its members, United Healthcare has plans with low monthly premiums that fit your life today and as your needs change tomorrow. The Medicare annual enrollment period ends December 7th, so go to uhc.com/Medicare today. United Healthcare Medicare plans. It's Medicare coverage Colorado can count on.
Announcing Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show, October 23rd through 25th.
Come shop millions in estate, antique, pre-owned jewelry, and diamond rings that are precious, rare, and truly collectible.
Art Deco and Art Nouveau pieces, including signed Cartier, Van Cleef, Tiffany, David Webb, and many, many more.
If you're a jewelry collector, you don't want to miss it.
Many of these fine crafted treasures could not be duplicated today. Most are handcrafted and one of a kind.
Williams Jewelers Annual Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show. 3 big days only, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, October 23rd, 24th, and 25th.
You can't miss us. We're on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway in beautiful Inglewood.
Williams Jewelers Antique and Vintage Jewelry Trunk Show.
It's Denver's estate jewelry event of the year.
Don't miss it.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, where Colorado shines.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, selling the world's finest fitness equipment.
Get ready for every Broncos game with Super Bowl 50 champion Brandon Marshall as he joins the drive every Friday afternoon at 4:45 exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Thanks to Corwin Toyota Boulder. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. DenverSports.com and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, C's final segment. We're going to wrap it up, put a bow on it for the guys on the drive. Might have me a long neck, something waiting for me at the golf course there, Kev. Like that. Cecil's going to make his way down to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Popcorn ready for the Sean Payton presser, where somebody's going to ask him about Russell Wilson. I'm almost certain.
It's Chris Thomas.
It's the talk of the week. Are we doing a little coffee bet? On who
asks
the
who
question?
asks? That's fun. I'm into that.
I would say
Chris?
no on Eric Dalala.
Oh, hell no. He can't ask that.
Hunting Wolverines.
Yeah, he'll get fired on the spot.
I would say no to Zach Stevens.
Definitely not.
I would say maybe to Mike Kliss. Kliss is getting a little more contrary.
Yeah.
You know, I've always loved Mike. Mike's a dear friend. But I kind of really love this version of Mike because it's like, yeah, I'm going to ask. Mm-hmm. And you're going to answer.
I like that about Mike, too.
Doesn't matter. So
I only think
my chips are on Mike or Chris.
That's the only two that it could be.
Dark Horse Parker Gabriel? Dark horse Luka?
Yeah.
Maybe Luka?
Luka
maybe.
wouldn't. Luka wouldn't.
New
But
guy?
Parker would.
New guy over in the corner puking his guts
I
out?
don't even know Parker, but he kind of comes off as like a bleep you, and I like that.
He's a Midwest guy like you.
Yeah,
I think he's Wisconsin.
I kind of like that about Parker.
Yeah.
And I've never even spoken to him. So, yeah, we hope one of them asks that question. And then Bo. I mean, I wonder. That would be an interesting question for Bo. Bo's a little cliche up at the podium as well. I shouldn't even say a little. He's a lot.
No, he's
cliche.
a lot. It's all cliches. Cliches and ums.
Up there at the
Gotta
podium.
clean that up.
But I'd be interested. You don't get the truthful answer, but, a conversation, a fly on the wall moment of like, hey, Bo, Sean's calling 18% screenplays on passing plays. How's that make you feel as a quarterback? How's that make you feel as a
I already
NFL
know his
level
answer.
quarterback?
Well, I really trust in this coaching staff, and they do a great job during the week, and I don't want to be annoying and say what I want to say, but I'll just run. We all need to do a better job of running what Coach calls because he works so hard on this game plan.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's exactly what he would say.
Yeah.
And that's
There's a
boring.
certain level of, I'll use the term, there's a certain level of dogma out there at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit, and I don't like it. I need some of the rebels. Where are the rebels at, man?
That's
Where are
what
the
I mean.
rebels?
I don't understand.
Why are they falling in line with Sean when it's not working? Where's some rebels? Where's some pushback? Where's, Joe Lombardi, say something. Pete Carmichael, you're his boy, say something.
But you should just ask Sean. Sean's not the boss of anybody there except for Eric DeLalla. So Eric can't say some of that stuff, but why can't everyone else? It's just because they've let Sean intimidate them and bully them to get to this point. And that's exactly what Sean wanted. Didn't he do it the very first day? Hey, we're doing this. We got 2 more questions, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to talk about injuries.
Right.
Won't answer your injury question.
Yeah.
Like Sean's tried to set this, and the day-to-day media, and I'm not a part of that, but the day-to-day media has allowed him to dictate the terms. And that's, to put it bluntly, that's weak as hell.
I have a feeling there's people that look at the way other teams do it and go, I wonder why the Broncos do it differently. It's because of Sean.
Yeah.
I've seen multiple iterations of these media groups from Mike Shanahan. That's how long I've been doing this. I saw Mike. I saw Josh. Josh tried to do this, and it didn't really work because he wasn't any good. John Fox wanted to do this, but I personally believe that PR went to him and said, we're not going to do what Josh did. We're going to do it the way we did it with Mike. So John Fox, we used to sit by John Fox on Mondays and sit next to him. He'd sit down. There wasn't any podium. There wasn't any separation. There's no, little line or whatever. Like, doorman. I feel like there's a doorman in front of me and Sean Payton at Compete Street. We'd sit down with John Fox.
It's Sean's ego.
Doorman.
Yeah.
We would sit down with John Fox. Saw this with Gary Kubiak. Kubes was always good to us. Hackett was just whatever. VJ kind of, was good. Yeah, this is a different way, and it's a different time. We'll see if Sean gets the tough questions today.
Hope he does. I hope he does. All right, Cease, before you get out of here, let's answer some Nuggets questions.
Sure.
They're going to be in action tomorrow night. We're going to be heavy with some Nuggets tomorrow. Tomorrow is basically a big Broncos and Nuggets show, getting you set for the Broncos game and the Nuggets season opener in Oakland when they'll take on the Warriors. Jake Shapiro's got an interesting piece up at DenverSports.com, and Jake's going to be with us tomorrow for an extended amount of time talking about the Nuggets season opener.
Nice.
And we'll ask him some of these questions. But his first question is, who's David Adelman? The head coach. Who is he as a head coach? Will he be different from Michael Malone? And how different will he be from Coach Malone? He goes into, what will it look like for guys like Nicola, the rotation, the bench, getting multiple opportunities and extended minutes to play because they actually have a bench this year. I would say, yeah, they're going to use a whole lot more of the bench. You won't see 38-minute nights from Nikola Jokic.
Right.
You won't see 38-minute nights from Jamal Murray because they just simply don't have to anymore, and that's a huge luxury to DA.
This is the number one question for all of Nuggets Nation because it'll give us our best answer. Who is David Adelman as head coach? And my question upon the question is, how does he handle Nikola Jokic? If you could just tell me Adelman's going to do this with Joker, I will be able to tell you if that's going to work or not. How different will he be from Michael Malone?
Do you mean by like a minutes perspective?
A minutes perspective, just Joker just needs to be on the court, right? So it's not like you're giving him different points. So it's just a minutes, and how do you handle a staggered rotation? How does Big Val fit in? I love that, absolutely. But for Adelman, my questions with Adelman, merely have to come down to simply how different are you from Michael Malone. You need to be different in communication, because calling guys soft, that falls upon deaf ears. That doesn't work. It might work like once. Oh, coach called us soft. I'm really mad. One time.
Yep.
It's like the Daffy Duck magic trick. It only works once. And then how do you handle Joker? But being different from Michael Malone, while also doing what did work with Malone, but then being different in terms of minutes, in terms of design, staggered lineups, etc.
He also asked about Big Val. You just brought him up. What will he look like as a backup center? And I cannot wait for you guys to see Big Val. He is better than Mason Plumlee. He's way better than DeMarcus Cousins. He's more mentally stable than DeMarcus Cousins. That makes him better than. He can finish at the basket with both hands. He can finish by bullying you and backing your little ass up underneath the rim and just dunking it on you.
Yeah.
He can finish with a little bit, a version of a running hook shot. He has a little midi in him. Jonas, he is going to be a stud. I think it's only a one-year thing here.
Yeah.
So let's make the most of it. But I told you earlier, man, and I'm going to continue this. If things go the way they do and the Nuggets win the amount of games I think they're going to win, which is 58, Jonas is going to be considered for Sixth Man of the Year.
Oh, yeah. And I think that would be great for Denver Nuggets fans to see. And I was going to bring up the negative Nelly stuff of like, well, I think Big Val's going to be so good, you're really going to miss him next year. Like,
I agree.
You are going to love him so much. I think, honestly, he's going to become a fan favorite.
Oh, me too.
I think, and Nuggets Nation, y'all are crazy, and I dig it. I love your crazy.
Dig that about you, man.
I dig that about you, Nuggets Nation. So y'all are going to love Valanciunas, and then you're really going to miss him when he's gone. Because I, like you, think it's a one-year deal. So if it is a one-year deal, then you make a run. Championship or bust. Not NBA Finals or bust, and that's a lot of pressure for David Adelman, but that's what you stepped into when you have the best player on the planet, and you've got the core together. And I know MPJ's not here, but you should be way better without MPJ.
Well, and think about this. If it is even in Big Val's mind of like, hey, this is a one-year deal, win a championship, get him hammered drunk at the parade, and see where you're at then. You know what I mean?
Yeah, love him up. Love him up.
Yeah.
Love up Big Val. So then he's like, man, these fans love me. It's so fun playing with Joker. Imagine you could have some Twin Peaks, right? I think maybe that's what we decided on.
No, we decided upon something else, but I don't remember.
Butts and guts? Oh, Twin Peaks. No. Same thing. I think that you look at Kev's laughing. I think you look at when you have Big Val and Joker on the court at the same time, right? If you make this thing fun and you win it all, and Big Val, how you going to say no, baby? You're not going to say no to the Mile High?
Don't you want to run it back?
Come on, run it back.
Defend that championship.
Go get that championship and then run it back.
Look at us already giving him a championship and trying to recruit Val. Haven't even played a game yet.
I love it.
All right, it's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. Cecil on his way to Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We'll see what he learned tomorrow on the show. A couple more questions that Jake Shapiro had on his DenverSports.com article. After the Val question was about Cam Johnson and being integrated into the lineup. Look, I think Cam Johnson's a huge upgrade over Michael Porter Jr. He's not the same shooter, but he's a better rebounder. He's a better basketball player. He can actually dribble a basketball, shot fake, take your baseline, dunk on you, something that Mike did very, very few and far between when he would put the ball on the floor. But I will say this too. It's on Cam to fall in line and fit in with the guys more than it is on the guys to make Cam feel welcome. The good news is they have Nikola Jokic. He's going to make everybody feel welcome, and if you're playing the right brand of basketball, he's going to get you involved early, often, and regularly. So, yeah, it might take a little bit of time for the full Cam Johnson integration, but I think he's going to be just fine by Thanksgiving, I think is probably what we're looking at when he is just doing his thing. Two more questions real quick. How much do the Nuggets starters actually play? We kind of talked about that in our evaluation of David Adelman. It should not be anything what it was the year before. And then the last was Peyton Watson, Julian Strawther. Who's going to take the bigger leap? And I just don't think Julian Strawther is going to get a lot of time, and I don't think Peyton Watson's that good at basketball. So I'm not sure how much is left for a guy like Peyton Watson to fully show who that person is. So great questions and a good article written there at DenverSports.com about these Denver Nuggets. And what they may or may not be. So read it. Get to DenverSports.com. We tell you all the time you need to be there, watch shows, catch up on the latest, and find some information about your favorite football, basketball, and hockey teams. Jake did a great job writing up on the Nuggets, and he'll be all over the Nuggets beat this season. Like our buddy Will Peterson is all over the Avalanche beat, sitting in here today. Will, we were talking a little bit about the Nuggets in the show. What's